Good evening, everyone. It is Monday. You found us here at Texas Card House, Austin, for some TCH Live. I'm William Lottie, a.k.a. the New York Knit, with you this evening, and alongside me, I've got Dante.
Welcome back, Mr. Lottie. It's great having you back.
Being back.
Really excited for today. Let us know in the chat if you can hear us. I know I sent that in the chat as well, but let's make sure our sound is good.
And here's our double board bomb pot to start us off. We got Queen 9 deuce, 9 deuce, rainbow flops. Definitely some scoopability here with the 9 and the deuce appearing. We see Jalen with one of the deuces. Let's see. Looks like we've got Optimize in the game. He's betting. He's got the case 9. Trip 9s and pair of 9s for him. And gut shot straight draw as well.
Oh, I see one calls.
Lots of folding happening. Over to Terry, who calls. He's got a queen. And pretty much just that. Jay-Win just lets go. He had the queen too. So he had the top and bottom, and he had the bottom pair, and he's probably wishing he would have hung around because the deuce does peel on the bottom board. Would not have been good, but would have felt better at least. So Optimize not having a boat right now because remember in PLO you must play exactly 2 cards. So he has trip 9s with a king on the bottom.
He probably likes the fact that the 9-2 is also on the other board as well.
Yeah, so less likely he's up against, or it's impossible for him to be up against a set of deuces now because there's only one more left. Optimize going full pot here, $270. Over to Terry. I don't know that he can stand the heat here with just a weak top pair and an over pair. This is where I get off. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm going to typically fold this too. My personal bomb pot strategy is I've got to be close to the nuts to play.
And you gotta have a hand ideally that can scoop, especially heads up.
Yeah, especially given the fact who the player is that's betting. Typically, Optimize might be a little bit more snug than others. Let's take a look around the table and see who we have playing. Seat 1 is Terry. I think we know him as TM as well. Plays a lot of high cash games in the area. We've seen him here on the stream before. Is that Jay-Win in seat 2?
I believe so.
Yeah, Jay-Win's a regular. Everybody knows Jay-Win. If you don't know, he is vlogging, so please take a look at his vlogging. One of the best productions of vlogs that I've seen. Then we have Optimize in C3. He was kind of giving me a little crap earlier, but always using his name on the stream. I can't help it.
I think we basically need a swear jar.
Yeah.
Something like that. You put a dollar in every time you say his name.
I am the worst. I often call a lot of these players by their name.
Oh, I've slipped too, like especially when we used to do the Sunday final tables. Like there's people that I was just playing with an hour ago, and now they're at the table with a different name.
Oh, I miss those tournaments.
So do I.
Next to Optimize
We got
is A-Rod.
Putting on the $10 straddle there.
And then we have, I want to make sure I get his name right because his name is Andrew, but sometimes he goes by Forrest.
Well, let's get this hand going here. We have an open from Magic, $40 from the low jack, ace-10 off. Jason waking up with kings right next to him makes it $150. Magic immediately regretting that raise. Like, it's never fun when you don't get through the first guy. And Aaron letting it go over to Magic, probably just going to let it go here. And he does.
Yeah, he does.
So the Kings will collect a modest pot there. Hey, can't get cracked if you don't get to the flop, right?
He's definitely regretting that decision. He was almost, under the gun +2, I think, or and to raise the ace-10 off.
Ace-10 off's pretty light. Suited,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Offsuit, not so great.
If you were on the button, I can see that raise, but
Absolutely.
early position.
If I'm in late position, sure, but like I'm just going to be dominated when I get action, and I'm not going to flop a lot of draws, so I'm going to fold.
Okay, we have Forrest in 5. Andrew, he's going by Andrew, apologize. Then Tillman, our friend Tillman's on the stream. He's probably played every other stream for the last year and a half.
Definitely fixture of this program.
Magic's in 7. And then Jason, who's played a lot of streams himself. Very creative player. And then we have a new player that I have not seen. I don't know if you have William, and 9 named David. So he looks new to me.
Yeah, I think he's a newer face around these parts. And let's see, Magic opening again with the ace-8 of spades, made it 40 once again over that straddle. David flatting the 6-4 suited, and Terry with the pocket 9s. Looks like he has gone the 3-bet route.
Yeah, Terry should raise this up for
Makes
sure.
it 155. Aaron getting out of there with the ace-10 offsuit. Magic with the suited ace. Might feel compelled to. You can't make a straight, though. You can make a flush. You can't make a straight.
That's why it's tough playing these suited aces in the middle like this.
And, yeah, you're going to be out of position the rest of the way.
You're going to have some sort of flush draw, and that's a good lay down. That's twice. I don't know if the players noticed. He's opened up twice, and he's had to lay him down to aggression.
And you know what? You do have some raise folded 3-bets. It's just unfortunate when that's all the hands you're getting and none of the, like, raise 4-bets or raise flat. Maybe trap him.
Yeah, I suspect next time he gets a similar hand, he's just going to limp.
9 took it down, by the way, for those wondering. Everyone folded, as they probably should have.
Are there any matchups you're looking forward to?
Oh, it's hard to have a bad matchup around here.
It really is. This is a good table. This is going to be a good game.
And we got Optimize and Aaron and Jay Win all right next to each other. Like, we could see a lot of clashes between them. Like, think about all of the, like, blind versus blinds, button versus blinds.
So live 10, 6, 7.
I would like to see, I mean, I'm excited about a lot of this. I'd like to see Jason and Terry.
Yeah.
They almost have, I mean, I could be wrong, but they have very similar styles. They're both incredibly creative. So that might be fun.
We're going to see some interesting moves here. And speaking of action hands between seats 2, 3, and 4, we've got Optimize in C3 with ace-king on the button. Aaron with 10s in the small blinds, going to 3-bet it. We go from 35 up to 140. Back over to Optimize.
I wonder if he puts in the re-raise here. I would assume he was. He is on. Is he on the button?
He is on the
He
button.
is on the button. He could have liked just a flat here.
Now, either's okay here. Offsuit, I'm slightly more inclined to 4-bet because there are fewer flops that are good for me. And he does do just that. He's made it 425, which in my opinion is $1 too many. $5 too many, rather.
I still
Right,
think.
too many.
I still think. Well, Aaron's going to call for this for sure.
Yeah.
But now he's going to be out of position to.
Yeah, I think Aaron's plan here is to get a 10 or get out.
Or don't see any
continue
overcards.
overpair.
Yeah.
And this is a flop that Aaron can very, very easily get away from. The one where Optimize has top 2.
This is so bad because this is really, this flop actually hurts Optimize.
This is going to totally kill his action.
It really is. I mean, he's going to bet this because he should, because there's some draws out there. But I think this is going to be, like you said, it's going to be an easy fold for
Aaron
Aaron.
needs almost nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Optimize is doing it as a queen jack of hearts.
Seems unlikely. And he does go for the $250 C-bet.
I do like his sizing, though.
Now, if you're going to go tiny, like sometimes I even check back this flop because I have too much of this flop.
Yeah, it's just
Like I can continue on any turn, especially holding the king of hearts. Like I'm not that worried if a third heart peels because now I have nut hearts. Ray says one of our microphones is extremely too loud. Is it my microphone or is it Dante's microphone?
Promotion. If you flop a straight flush, you win $100.
And I'll catch up with this chat a little bit. See a lot of hellos from people. I see Stovo, and I see Rena, I see Captain, I see Ragnar Overbeat, Poker Monkey, Frank Whisper.
My heart was in the right place.
Miss anyone here?
If it, and then for
Pre-check
the, and then for the
whose
royal
name I might
flush,
be
we're still
butchering.
those values.
Roaster,
I'm the one that is super loud.
J, CMNY.
How do I sound now?
Padawan producer Kristen on the other side getting our volume levels right. Let us know if you have any more problems with the audio.
Live 10. See that soul.
Peter in there, A Moral in there, DFS Brad, great to see you. Yeah, great to be back in here. It's been a while since I've been in
Four
here.
raise, 35.
See if I still remember how to do this.
Now we see Magic on the straddle with a nice little 6-7 suited. Unfortunately, he's dominated by Tillman's suit.
Yeah, he thinks he wants clubs. He does not want clubs. And
Oh.
Tillman gets bottom 2 pair there. So ace, king, queen flop. Aaron with bottom pair. He was the pre-flop raiser. Is going to check this back. 3 of clubs is not going to change anything here.
I do like to see Tillman put in some sort of small bet here.
Yeah, Tillman's got plenty of hand now. He is going to check again, try to induce a bluff, and I think Magic is going to bite.
Is that 55? 60?
It's like $60. And Aaron with bottom pair.
I think Aaron just
Third
gets
pair,
away.
I think
Yeah.
he bites enough with his hands. Unless he doesn't. Aaron does call, and Tillman is just going to call. You know what? If Magic wants to keep betting, let him. 4 of hearts is going to be a slight bummer for Tillman. The front door hearts do get there.
Tillman was probably assuming Magic was on an ace, some sort of weak ace.
Tillman checking it over. Magic just checking it over, figuring, well, somebody's got hearts. And over to Aaron. Let's see if he decides to claim to have hearts. He does not. Tillman going to quickly flip over the king, queen, and take this one down.
I feel like that that pot should have been bigger.
Yeah, where's the rest of the pot?
Where's the-
There should be at least another $150 to this pot.
yeah, I would like to see Tillman's lead out there on the turn.
Kristen, do you have the drinks?
Yeah, but you know what? If he does, I don't think he gets called from both spots.
That's true.
Like maybe he gets Aaron, and Magic just gets out of there because Magic has nothing at all. No pair, no
Maybe the
front,
check
no-
raise.
Quarter last string?
Yeah. Hey, check raise was a viable option as well.
Last string. We'll get the drinks.
Yeah, we continue on to the next hand. TCH Live from Austin, Texas, the
The last 10.
2-5 match stack game.
I was adding 655.
Jason with ace queen in the straddle. I'm still getting used to these graphics showing us the straddle cards right up front. Like usually just like the old way they treated it like it was another blind. I have to remember the pot hasn't been opened.
One raise for 35, 2 fold.
Optimize with the deuces. Let's see. Well, we had the open from Jay when. No, he didn't. No. Well, back this up. It was Terry with the queen 9 suited, which I thought would open, and he did actually open. Made it 35.
One raise for 35, 2 fold.
Now optimize with the deuces. Going to call the 35. This makes more sense.
6 call.
We're going to see a re-raise here from Jason for sure.
Tillman's
Tillman's got a very
call.
playable.
Yeah, ace queen offsuit. You
Yeah.
definitely want to go for the raise. You definitely don't want to take this like 5 ways out of position.
And he
Makes it
goes.
260.
Jason goes with a big size here. It's a little. Given it is 5 ways right now.
But you don't mind if people fold.
No, you could take down the dead money. And
Like Terry's going to get out of there. Optimize, I think, has just enough implied odds that he could try and hit a set.
he's really hoping that Terry calls. So,
Terry does not
Yeah.
oblige. Optimize also folds. Tillman and Magic both fold.
and the funny thing is, Jason can do this with any 2 cards. He can.
Yeah, he sure could.
Yeah,
This
he
time
can
actually
squeeze
had-
with any 2 cards,
he
so
had
it's a good
legitimate
play.
cards. Ooh, Will Armstrong in the chat. Great to see you.
Oh,
there.
I just played with Will earlier.
Long time TCH regular.
He's a good player.
Yeah, I've played with him in the Knicks many times around these parts as well.
We were just talking earlier about our poker tournament strategy,
Yeah,
realizing that we don't really have one.
yeah. I think you guys' strategy is not to play.
Yeah, we don't play. I played 4 tournaments this year.
I played 4 tournaments last week. I probably fired about 80 times during my Vegas trip. We got David with the ace king offsuit just limping under the gun. Optimize bumping it up to 40 with deuces once again.
Yeah, for everybody in the stream, I don't recommend that unless he's playing it like a check raise, because rarely does it go all around.
He's going to limp re-raise for sure. Tillman's going to 3-bet the 10-9 suited. Music to David's ears.
Is that 400?
4-bet. It's going to be a bunch.
Oh, 280.
If you're going to play it this way, that's the way to play it. And like that's just going to shut the hand down now. But I am curious if you're David, what do you do if you get 5-bet? Like let's say Optimize instead of deuces has queens.
Well, I think for me, I think I fold the ace king, depending on the 5-bet. It's not suited. You're going to have to hit the flop in order to continue.
Yeah. So everyone folds. David wins the pot. Well, wondering what's my secret to tournament success, or the secret. I don't have the secret. Nobody's told me the secret yet. Like if you handed them at me, you're not going to see any like first places. You're going to see one 5-figure score. I came so close to big scores several times this past summer, and then you lose a flip and you're out in 21st or 9th or what have you.
Well, if you hint about me, I have an $18,000 one and a 10.
Okay.
That's it. It does say I won $300 in a tournament, but I never played it because I didn't play poker back then. So
Okay. Okay. Someone else doing the work for you.
I don't know, but
We see Aaron with the ace king now, making it 45. Tillman flats with his sixes. Magic. King jack of clubs goes for a tiny 3-bet up to 125.
I think Magic's hand plays better in just a call.
Yeah. This especially in position.
Yeah,
Like we know what flops we want here.
he's going to get re-raised out of this pot. I mean, we've seen a lot of that. People betting and then getting re-raised out of the hand.
He's only going to get actions from hands that are easily ahead of him, like ace king, which is considerably ahead of him. And Aaron goes and makes it 375, as he should. And now Magic, I think he's going to continue here.
Yeah, he's going to put his foot down. He's been pushed out of 2 pots since he's raised,
And
this
he's
is,
now drawing
and he's on the
chaos.
button, so that is a little.
He has position, but he doesn't want a pair here. Except that pair.
Except that pair.
Okay. That pair's okay. He does, in fact, hit his 3-outers, so what do I know? This is why I don't win tournaments, because I don't hit the 3-outers.
Well, I think we would love to see a king on the turn here
That would be the chaos card.
for the max pain. I actually think Magic is just going
Aaron
to call
makes
this,
it
and he
200,
does.
Quick call, 8 of clubs. Will not change much here. Aaron looking for an ace.
I think Aaron checks here.
I think this is a check fold
Oh.
if you're Aaron, unless you go for a second barrel if you're Aaron, which he has chosen to do. He's made it $500, trying to say, hey, I got an overpair. And he folds the top pair. Magic just folds the top pair. Aaron, considerably a better player than I am, clearly.
If I ever get one through, and I have a few.
I don't have that move in me.
Magic calls the big bet pre-flop, improves, and like I say, he must have put him on queens. He blocks the kings.
Yeah, like you have to say Aaron has an overpair, or he has ace-jack.
Yeah. Ace-jack doesn't re-raise him, though, like that.
Unlikely. Sometimes you
Yeah,
can play
you
ace-jack
can.
as a bluff.
But
I may or may not have done that a few times in my life.
So boring. Jason, the
Baby Yoga Forest Dweller likes our commentary. We like having you here. Yeah, Baby Yaga, rather. I may have messed it up the first time. Yeah, thanks for watching. And be sure and hit like, hit subscribe. All of you folks here watching. Tell the algorithm that you enjoy TCH Live, and the algorithm will show other people TCH Live. Magic making it 40 with King 10 offsuit. He's trying to play a lot of hands.
yeah, he's going to have the highest VPIP so
I'm
far.
going to take the over on the Lottie line for him.
I think he's not played one hand.
Terry's pipped. He has defended. King 9 suited. Jack 7-3 flop is going to miss both players here.
Terry does have some backdoor opportunities, but I think this will go check. Oh, he's going to c-bet. I like the c-bet from Magic. I wouldn't be surprised if Terry calls,
Yeah,
and he does.
He's got backdoors. Here's the other thing. Magic's played every hand. At some point, they stop believing you. And here's an interesting card. Magic actually now has an open ender and a heart draw. So, and he has the best hand with King 10 high. He has that too. Terry does pick up the gutter here. It's just going to fold.
Oh, man.
Yeah, if it wasn't a heart, I expect Terry just go ahead and call that.
Yeah, and we'll give you another reason to like TCH Live. If you look at the message pinned atop the chat, we've got a giveaway going on here. In fact, we're giving away a seat on the TCH cruise coming up in March. TCH cruise out of Galveston, March 23rd or rather March 26th to April 2nd of 2023. That's next year. Out of Galveston, and we're giving away a trip for that cruise. Follow the link in the chat and see all the details on how to get entered, and good luck to you.
Have you ever been on a cruise?
I have never been on a cruise.
I went on my first cruise last year, and it was out of Galveston, the Independence of the Sea. It was a lot of fun, more fun than I thought it was going to be. So.
The only boats I've gotten on have been ferries between Long Island and Connecticut. That's about it. And we got another hand here. We got Aaron with 9s and Jason with ace-queen. We've seen the raise and the 3-bet. And David with the cold 4-bet with king-9 offsuit on the button.
I did not
My
expect
God.
that.
Aaron in the blender.
I mean, what do you do with Aaron here? I think this is a fold for him.
Yeah, you got to fold.
Yeah. Especially with a player act behind him.
Like, Jason could just have it. Like, Jason could just pop it here. Like, if I'm Jason,
I think he calls.
I'd probably just put it all in. He's going to just call here. Like, if you look at the stack to pot, like,
Yeah.
and being out of position, like, I could justify a 5-bet all in there because you could still have all the nuts.
Yeah, I've
Ace 5-3 rainbow.
assumed they've got plenty of.
Jason has the best hands. He probably isn't thinking it, though.
I wouldn't. I don't think these players have played together before. I'm not familiar with David, so he may not know his style.
Jason's going to check. I bet Jason ends up check folding the best hands. 325 for David.
Yeah, he loses to any pair now at this point.
Because David's like, hey, I got a big pair. I'm the 4-better. I got a big pair. And Jason says, yep, I fold.
Why do you like such
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just want to see.
Aaron's going to not enjoy his life in the bed.
When he sees it. We'll just keep that to ourselves when we go out there.
Yeah.
I like your idea of Jason raising there, his ace-queen, because you don't want to go to a flop and not be in position at that point.
David has about 15 minutes of credibility left. Because then when the delay catches up,
Better
the
start
jig is
watching
up.
it.
Like, you cold forward with what?
I mean,
And hey, there's a lot of ways to play this game.
I think a lot of players or a lot of people underestimate the fact that if you're on the live stream, you can go back and look 15 minutes, because we've played a lot of live streams and everybody does that. And when you notice that someone's raising 4-bet raising lightly like that, you change the way you view them and their in their ranges.
Yeah. And then suddenly, like ace queen offsuit becomes a value 5-bet.
Exactly.
Like, you could just have the best hands.
All right, we got a couple of pretty hands here. Love the Queen Jack suited and Ace 5 suited.
Ace 5, making it $40. That's Aaron straddle with Queen Jack there.
He's going to defend for sure. Does he? Yes.
Yeah, that's.
And David called. He's playing a lot of hands
got a
as well.
three
He's
mystery
coming out.
hands.
He's coming out. He's wanting to play.
9-7 offsuit for Terry. Who wants to play?
I see a diamond. Oh, Queen. No, I didn't see a diamond.
Jack
2
6.
pair. 2 pair for Aaron. He's loving life. I like his demeanor. You can't get anything off of him.
Yeah, he's the stereotypical poker player there.
See a C-bet here from Jason. David's going to lay down the 3 of diamonds. That's all I can see. And then Terry is totally with this flop as well.
8-bet 80, 9 fold.
I was actually thinking about that. Like, Jason's cracking.
So those are 7 deuce, can only do 10 or 25?
you see that? Oh, you saw that guy.
I'd like to see just a flat call here.
7-2.
That looks like a raise.
On this board, there are a lot of draws available.
There is.
There are spades available. You don't want to see anything that straightens the board, which is a lot of the
He
cards.
kept betting. Yeah.
So,
And I have
Aaron
two
gonna
turns.
cash out button now.
Ace 5.
Poker Monkey's saying that Danny Marks from TCH Dallas appears to have won the Choctaw main. Good for him. Like, that's a heck of a score right there. Yeah, congratulations. Like, I see a lot of people getting some scores lately. There's tourney rag around Austin Nate Kogel, who won his 4th ring the other night up at Choctaw. You play a tournament in Texas, like a big tournament. You probably end up having to win it. And that was off a main event score. We saw Broda Pro get deep in the main. We saw Poker Traveler get deep in the main. Texas is doing great things.
Well, he got a bad cooler on him, Poker
I'm doing
Traveler.
mediocre things. They're doing great things. I'm getting to like 3 tables left and then lose the flip. That's my style. One of these days I will win the flip and get to the promised land.
Well, let's take a look here. We have a suited 10-8 for Aaron. Andrew's been really quiet so far. He's decorated his chips here.
This is a free flop for him. This is a limp pot.
I saw a queen immediately in the window.
9. And that's
Oh,
3
David
for
has a 9.
Top pair for Andrew.
I did, yeah.
Four
check.
change.
David's going to have to bet this. There's too many people in the pot.
2 fold.
I think he really makes it $20. So he goes, I mean, there wasn't much in the pot anyway, so he goes half pot.
Goes half pot. Andrew's got top pair. He continues.
That'd be tonight.
And he makes the bigger boat. Queens full of 9s for Andrew. David, 9s full of queens. Drawing to just the case 9, which does not appear as we go check, check.
Did his chips just fall in? Oh, yeah. I thought he bet like 700.
Well, that would be a heck of a time for that to happen.
He got a small bet here. This is going to be a raise, of
Checks the table,
course.
20 bucks. Here comes the raise.
He's probably going to go large on this.
He's
I
only
imagine.
losing to queen 10 and pocket 9s. He jams it. Oh my God, he just 20x jams it. He 20x jams it.
It's your first time, right? Yeah.
David's like, are you serious? Like, do you really just have a queen?
So he 19X is the pot. This is a
And
fold
David
for sure,
folds.
yeah. This is
Like, he has to be right almost half the time. And realistically, how often are you right?
so. Someone in the chat saying they can't hear
I
you.
saw that.
Yeah.
Let me know if you can hear me now. I've adjusted my microphone. Sorry if my volume starts dipping. This microphone likes to move around sometimes.
That would have been sick.
Well, Andrew took an interesting line there.
Now, let's take a look at the V pips.
Oh, no, I just know you. All your black chips fell forward. Then he checked it.
Press that button.
Seems kind of suspect. Live tip.
Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, so we have no V pips from Andrew because he checked in a win spot.
Oh, they got it up.
And then Jay Win
Live tip.
played just a couple of hands, and then we see a lot of the table very active, but some of these folks have just had it. Like Aaron's just had it. And you can have it 6 times out of 12.
You're supposed to make me leave the chips. You're too
Well,
nice.
it looks like he did it on
You're supposed to
accident
call
for
the
sure.
floor and
Man.
everything. Yeah, I'm supposed to just leave it.
Yeah, great for that.
Oh,
Hit 3 folds.
if they do, they're making me
got
leave the chips.
David limping in. Jay Win opening the 4-3 suited. Baby connector.
Yeah, I mean, his decisions will be pretty easy on the flop. Jamin's been really quiet too. It is still really early on. We have Tillman calling with the missuited queen.
But because it looked like, I don't know. Its chips just fell
I mean, I
over
guess
it.
you can hit Jin with queen 4.
Yeah.
It's just a tough.
Famous last words. It was suited.
Yeah.
So 4 ways to the flop.
Didn't see
Eight,
anybody
six,
with a
six, couple
6.
spades. Jay win with the spade draw,
Check.
Yeah, but nobody really likes this flop.
C6 check.
except Jay win. He probably likes it. Like
He
he
does
wants
have
a
the
spade draw. That's what he
You
wants.
could get a straight flush too, a backdoor straight flush draw.
Yeah, he can hit the hind ends of it, and probably nobody's got the 9, which is always fun. Speaking of 9s, there's a 9. Not that that really does much. Aaron's got a gut shot now.
So David is technically still in the lead.
4-bet 40. 80.
Yeah, David with that under pair.
Right amount of chips, wrong colors.
We see Aaron putting out the bet with the 2 overs and gut shot. He makes it 80.
2 folds.
And everyone folds. Jay win not hanging around to try and hit his flush.
I've seen Jaywin's game change a little bit the last couple of weeks or so.
Are they selling gloves and hats and scarves here now?
The what?
Does the merch store include like gloves and scarves and hats? I mean, I don't understand why it's so cold here. Are they trying to push merchandise? Like, it's so cold.
Underwear?
Warmers, yeah.
It is 30 degrees in here.
Gloves and scarves.
This table reminds me of the 5-10 game with the players that we have on there.
Yeah. And now that we start the buy-in at 2,000,
Yeah.
I mean, like it practically is the 5-10 game.
We're still doing match the stack, which is just
It just becomes the 5-10 game.
when you're in Vegas. Did you play any cash?
I played almost no cash. I played like 3 sessions. Poker Monkey was actually there for one of them.
Oh,
There was a meetup game that somebody else had organized. And so after I'd gotten the 21st in the main, I just hung around and I played that. And that was a profitable session.
I was gonna
Bluffed a guy off of Ace King. That was fun.
First time I did.
pre-flop or
Post flop.
post flop.
Like he actually had a pair. And
Really?
I bluffed him.
I can't deal with this stuff.
I didn't expect him to have Ace King there.
Well, I was just last time I went to Vegas. So every time I go to Vegas, the 2-5 game there is it's not like the 2-5 game here.
Yeah, Texas poker is a different breed for sure. We see Jay Wayne put in a $100 3-bet with the Ace-4 of diamonds. Tillman with a weaker suited ace.
One card. That was a 4-3 play.
Terry with the king.
3
jack
to a
offsuit.
flop.
See a couple of hearts there.
So Tillman's not going anywhere.
Tillman with the nut heart draw and bottom pair. Jay Wayne with just middle pair.
We're going to see a C. We should see a C bet out of him. Although multi-way, it's a little bit more challenging. But somewhere around the one, he doesn't need to go big here. Somewhere around the 150 to 125.
It's just that. He goes 150.
Oh, he does.
600.
Was that
And
a
check raise
check
from
jam?
Tillman, yep.
It was a check jam.
Tillman makes it 600 according to the graphics.
Oh, okay.
That's like this is going to get in if this continues. Jalen's got to decide. There's Tillman on a draw here because Jalen's beating the draw right now. That said, Jalen has a pair of 4s, so
And Tillman
any
does
heart
have a
draw-
2 as well.
and
So
any heart draw is going to have a ton of equity against him. As we see, Tillman is actually a slight equity favorite here.
Put it that way.
Yeah, there's,
It must have been in a hand.
There might be.
Jalen letting it go.
Oh,
probably putting on some sort of 10x hand at that point. Tillman knowing that, well, Jalen thinks Tillman knows that Jalen's going to continue back. That's about 100% of the time.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah, that check raise is more effective on the flop than later streets.
Yeah, stacks of pot would get too short if it was just a flat pair.
I know it's early, but let's take a look at our net earnings. Oh, it's so funny because I'm left-handed, so my mouse is.
Yeah. Now we're on a right-handed mouse. And you see optimize Aaron, Tillman, David, and Andrew, the winners right now. Everyone else, plenty of time to catch up.
Optimized with that one hand, kind of early on in the stream.
6 call, 7 call, 8 check.
This table's a really tough table to play on.
Three-way flop, ace, queen, 9 with hearts, magic with top pair, and gut shot for Tillman.
I would like to see Magic bet that.
They keep saying they can't hear me.
7 call, heads up.
And they were saying that they can't hear me.
Check. Check.
They can hear Dante, they can't hear me. Sorry about the audio, we are trying to adjust here.
Looks like Magic goes ahead and leads out on the turn there.
And Magic gonna take that pot down.
Jay wins at 500.
All right, in the chat, let us know if you can hear me now. The microphone's not totally cooperative tonight for whatever reason. So made a couple of adjustments here. Looks like somebody's topping up.
Yeah, Chad, just let us know if you can hear both commentators. We try to troubleshoot it on this end.
Yeah,
So.
and D-Trans says they can hear both of us. Awesome. Hopefully we keep it that way. And KJ going to get us another hand dealt out here.
With one of the many fine dealers here. I like KJ.
Yeah, KJ.
He's a really good dealer, and he's got a really good poker personality, too. When he
Yeah. Fun guy to play with. I played with him a few times.
You didn't even play the monster, right?
David's going to go ahead and limp call. I guess he didn't put the straddle on.
No straddle.
Okay, so he's going to limp call with the threes. I actually don't mind this, especially early on. You're just going to call a raise versus getting re-raised.
And we're going to take a flop with 15 bucks in the middle.
Oh,
And 3 in the window. Now he wishes he would have raised.
Checking and not seeing it on the 9 bit 25.
I hear liquor
So you're saying the next hand's the one that's messed up. Okay. Yeah, so David takes the pot down, and apparently there's like a there was a misclick. There was a misclick, and these happen sometimes.
so the next pot or the next hand will not be accurate.
Yeah, that's what we're being told, but these things happen.
today, yeah. She said he has really sensitive skin. She gave us such a stronger is he allergic to food?
Any tournaments coming up for you, or are you just going to?
Oh, next.
I know
tournament.
September they have that big one.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go up to Tulsa later this month and play the circuit event there.
So we're eliminating the area.
And yeah, that's the next stop for me,
Yeah, it's
I
not like
think.
he's eating a bunch of different.
And then beyond that, I don't know, probably fire something in September. Actually, no, Tulsa. I lied. Tulsa's not my next stop. You know what my next stop is? TCH Dallas. 250K guarantee. First flight happened today. The end of summer tournament, even though it's only August 1st, it's the end of summer tournament here at TCH Dallas location. $250,000 guarantee, $400 buy-in. Starting flights all week. I'm going to get up there on Saturday and fire that.
30-minute rounds or 40
Hopefully-
minute?
I don't remember. I don't remember the blind links.
I'll play the 40-minute. I don't.
TexasCardHouse.com for complete details, or Poker Atlas. All of our locations are on Poker Atlas, and hopefully Saturday turns into Sunday for me.
I hope that as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to have a birthday stream.
A birthday stream.
I've only played one.
When's this?
August 22nd, Monday.
August 22nd. All right. Think I'm in Tulsa that day, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah, you got to blame the schedule makers.
We've got all the fan favorites playing. J-Stack,
Oh, it should be a good one.
Optimize, Mosquito Josh, Tillman.
Sounds like fun. So obviously the red threes were not whole cards. They were on the board there.
It was a
Like we
misread.
said, this was the hand with the misread.
Bet 100.
And then this one, 60. Got a 9 in it. I can fucking.
Oh, it is?
I don't know. They have like
Damon's saying, hey, Damon's in the chat saying good evening. Dante's saying that he's got to play 40-minute levels. He's one of those structure snobs.
I really am. Even though I don't play tournaments at all.
Hey, Twitter's full of them. You got to get on poker Twitter. Lots of structure snobs. Tillman makes it 105, gets snapped by Magic, who has.
Well, Tillman doesn't have 10-2. That's all I
does
know.
not have the Doyle. I think
Oh.
they're chopping the pot here. I think they have the same hands.
Queen 9.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. With the I gotcha.
Queen
2
seven.
pair with the Jack kicker. Gotcha.
Makes sense.
And they're probably just saying you play that garbage.
Yeah, one of the standard jokes. Good to see him there, Demons. I played with him many times playing tournaments all over the place, all around Texas, places beyond Texas. One of those familiar faces. That's the thing. You're a tournament reg. You get to know the other tournament regs. And just earlier today, I saw somebody complaining about the existence of the big blind ante and it just being a big conspiracy to end the tournament sooner, and so the rooms don't have to pay for the 25 denomination chips.
Well, I actually think this makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, you know what? I would say to that guy, do you remember the days of 75 ante levels? All you do is make change. Like, you get way fewer hands in that level than any other level because all you're doing is making change every hand.
I mean, I've played a few tournaments where they had that, but a lot of what I saw was who paid their ante.
Exactly. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. You're either sorting out who paid the ante or you're making change for the ante. And I was happy to see the 75 antes just go away. The only time I should ever see one is if I'm playing stud, which has an individual ante. And it doesn't have blinds.
I have never played.
7 fold. 8 raised to 30.
David wakes up with kings, and he is in
gonna
the
put it
small
as a
blind.
three bet.
It almost looks like a squeeze.
Yeah, Jason had the king 10 suited on
Has
the
it been
button.
15 minutes since he did the king 9?
Not sure.
I would be interested to know that.
Now he's got it, though. And,
Jason's definitely calling this.
yeah.
A couple of cards, king 10 suited like that.
Yeah, two to a royal on the button. Reasonable price.
King on the flop with 2 spades would be disastrous for Jason.
That's 1 spade, and that's all it is. So Jason probably going to get off the hook here.
I don't think David's check was really about he thought he was beat, but he wanted to induce a bet from Jason. So
Double paired board now. Check, check. Oh, and there's a king. I don't think Jason's going to pile it in here.
I think he's gonna bet.
David's gonna
He's
check
gonna bet
again.
for
I probably
value.
bet here.
Yeah, 125, something like that. And
Like, I think this is the bet fold, though.
Bet 75.
is that 75?
The check raise happens at 75. David has top boat, so I would assume there's going to be a raise here.
Yeah, I mean David's hoping that Jason has a queen in this spot. He's gonna raise this pretty hefty, I would imagine.
And he does just that. 425, I think.
Oh, Oh, yeah.
Now, I think Jason obviously doesn't put him on kings, but does put him on a queen at this point. So, yeah, it's either way.
Yeah, there's not much beating at that point.
It's kind of one of those things where you're with Blake earlier. You have so much of that.
We got to put $1 in the jar.
Oh, optimize. Sorry. Well, I'll put $1 in the jar.
Yeah, so I think we discussed this before the stream. So I propose that every time that we call the player the wrong name, whoever it is, like
Or
$1
his name.
yeah, like there's a player goes by one name on the stream, but we actually know them and we know their actual name. This is we slip sometimes. I'm guilty of this too.
I have players come up to me and say, "Please, can you use mine?"
Yeah, like whatever they put there, that's what I try to use.
We do see David a lot mixing it up, though. I do like that. He's not sticking to one type of play. He's raising with marginal hands.
Yeah.
Optimize the queen jack. For some reason, that's my favorite hand. Queen jack suited.
Yeah. It's a decent hand. Has potential.
And he gets it in the straddle, too. And is he going to raise this? Oh, he's waiting for J-Win. Now he should raise it. It may not play well four-way, so I would expect him to raise it, and he
Go
does.
big here.
That's 70 or 80?
That's 85.
85.
Just straight up to 85.
That's a big raise.
No respect from Andrew, who does have a pair.
Andrew's never folding a
He
pair
can certainly
pre-flop.
set mine. And
Queen Jack 3. I like to announce the hands of the flops. That would be devastating for one player.
this man wants blood.
But we get this flop.
Either player going to be impressed with this flop. Ace,
Expect
6-4, no hearts.
Expect a C bet out of Optimize here. Doesn't have to go big.
Yeah,
$100 would probably do it.
Andrew says no set, no bet. Or he's going to call a fourth
He's
pair.
a non-believer. He's a non-believer.
He's going to say, I put you on spades. The four's going to pair. So Andrew is still ahead, but now has to fade a bunch more outs.
Got to fade an ace, a 6, queen, jack. Has a lot of. I mean, Andrew could be calling with a flush draw, so I like to see a bet from Optimize here. Probably may make it half pot. Or he makes a little bit more in half pot. Is that 250?
That is 250.
I got to wear my glasses more. Andrew is like, well, if I was good on the flop, I'm definitely good on the turn.
It's like, hey, I'm still beating a draw. And now Optimize just gets there on the river with a pair of queens.
Nice little pot here, too, $900.
May wonder if he's up against a draw. Optimize is going to check it over. Maybe he could induce a bluff here. He could certainly bluff catch now.
I mean, I like Optimize. I know
bite.
Optimize was ahead, but I like his check because Andrew could have any ace rag there in that situation.
Yeah.
So
And he can beat a bluff. He probably can't beat a hand that calls the third time. And that's the thing. When you check it over, they get to bluff. If you bet it, they don't get to bluff.
it's never a bluff call. Is that a
Yeah.
word?
Yeah. Let's see. Doug wondering how we'd identify you. If you put your pronouns in the player name, we will identify you. However, you ask us to identify you, so long as production has blessed it. Like if you start turning your name into like a political slogan or something, I think they'd veto that.
Was that Doug on there?
We
How
try
you
to
doing,
respect
Doug?
respect the players in this game.
Yeah, Doug played last week.
Yeah,
He's on quite the heater himself. I wonder how he would do in tournaments. He seems to play a lot of cash. I don't think he plays tournaments. Okay, we have a bunch of hands here. It almost looks like a bomb pot.
And lots of limp pot.
But, yeah, we do have the straddle on.
Even Optimized in there with the 8-3 offsuit.
Wow.
6 ways to this flop, 70 in the middle. Jack 6-4, a couple of hearts. Who's got what now? I see a jack for Magic. I see a top pair for Magic. And I see a cut shot for David. I think that's all I see. Oh, I see nut hearts for Terry. Magic made it 20 with his top pair. Terry calling with that nut heart draw.
Surprised Terry didn't like to raise there.
And we thin it down. And he's just going to get there with the hearts. Not the nuts, as the board has paired, but Terry going to be pretty happy with this ace high flush here.
Yeah, if it's tough to have a pair, it's tough to have a boat.
Yeah.
So
Terry goes for
half.
$50.
So half pot there. Magic should. God, the bet's so
Probably
suspicious
continue.
though.
But with all
For
this
50, I would call. Yeah,
all this stupidity with the limps pot, like he could also just have trip fours.
I mean, he made the right lay down.
Yeah, he does make the way down here.
Silly me, I would have called.
Then what do you do on the river?
Hopefully it's a jack, and I won't have to worry about it.
There you go.
Or a 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Like sometimes you'll see me make a fold that feels a little bit nitty, but like part of my thinking might actually be, well, what happens when he bets the next street? Because the hand's not over. Like unless we're all in, the hand's not over. There's going to be another street, and I'm probably going to face another bet.
I do like that line of thinking because a lot of times some players, when you're playing poker, don't really have a plan. Like, I'm just going to call this, and then they don't have a plan if it's a good card or a bad card for them on the turn of the river. So I always like to have some sort of plan. And I did notice that Magic wasn't, he was first to act, so I like to fold there. If I was on the button, I'd probably call. That's why position is, for me, is the most important thing.
Absolutely. You would rather be in position than not. Not sure what's happened here. I think we just had like a raise and take it sort of a situation. Seat one raise. We're going to get the graphics caught up. Terry raised and everyone folded. And now Terry has the pot.
I'm still just really impressed with this lineup.
Yeah, it's a good
It's
lineup.
really good, some really good players on this table. It's a really good lineup. Who put this table together?
I assume Padawan producer Kristen did that.
Yes, it was. I'm just giving her props here.
Well done.
She put together just an amazing table. If I decide to ever play the streams again, please don't put this kind of table on for me.
Yeah, you got to find me the fish table. Well, then again, I mean, I thought I had a good spot last week, and how did that work out? Jason going to open it up with the Jack-9 of Hearts. Reasonable hand. Does not know that Tillman actually has it on the straddle.
Terry has
with the
pocket
jacks.
jacks.
That's going to flat.
That's so tricky. He really mixes up his game here.
No right way to play jiggities, right?
I mean, most people say raise that, of course.
Yeah, so do I.
I mean, yeah, I raise that 90% of the time as well, but every now and then you can mix it in.
4 ways to a flop. Ace Queen flatted apparently, and
do have a flush
has
draw.
outflopped everybody. Ace 10 deuce is going to be top pair for Tillman. Tillman just flatted there. That was a hand I could have 3-bet.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I don't want to ever say mistake on the stream, but multi-way with the combo
Jason with the
draw.
heart draw.
Yeah, I actually think that's a big bet. But
Jason going to continue here because he is the only one who raised pre-flop. He could have that. He does have a heart draw. Tillman obviously going nowhere with the top pair, good kicker. And Jason gets there. Jason with the hearts, with the
backdoor
redraw to the
royal.
royal. He does have the redraw. And Tillman drawing dead here. Tillman has a cut shot that's no good.
I do like Jason's bet here. A lot of people would just check this when they get there, but
150.
Tillman could still have the queen of hearts. Wow, Tillman lays it down. That's
Tillman just lets it go. That was not a great card for him.
Some of the biggest pots I'd ever played is that stage.
Like the most obvious draw I got there.
Oh my god! And then he like just never saw him.
well. I take it back. Jack should have raised.
Yeah, just think about it. If the jacks raise, well, then Tillman probably wins the pot because
This is true.
Yeah,
This is true
someone
because
out
Tillman's
boxing.
calling, but Jason's not calling a big raise.
It seems unlikely. Hey, we've seen crazier around
Yeah.
here.
Nice guy.
I don't know that he's that insane.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, that would be like if you get the 3-bet, or if you get the 3-bet from Tillman, like he could have easily also raised with the ace queen there. I don't think Jack 9 should be sticking around too often.
I agree. Unless he's in position, I've seen him do a lot of things in position. He plays his button really well. Now we have Magic with in the straddle. Jason's going to raise this ace queen.
Yeah, pass the ace queen over a couple of seats.
David, who raised the king 9 earlier, is just going to limp this.
Well, this time it's suited.
It's so he's got more equity in theory, but everybody's got some good-looking cards. Did Tillman fold the queen 10 suited?
I didn't see what he had.
I thought he had queen 10 of hearts, but it comes out all diamonds. Magic with the only diamond, and he's also got a
with the
gutter.
combo draw, actually. He does also have the gutter. That won't do it. Deuce will not change much, except Jason does add a gut shot to go with his ace high. Here's the 6 of diamonds, so Magic gets there both ways.
Let's see what hand he wants to play, either the straight or the flush.
And he can definitely check call here. If that's a 6 of hearts, he's got the nuts, but now he's pretty far
Yeah,
from it.
yeah.
Nine of diamonds.
Looks like he just checked through.
Sometimes that happens in your spot because of the.
That's another pot I felt like could have been bigger.
Pratt joining us in the chat saying,
David,
you got to 3-bet the Jack's there. Good God, it's like he's been trying to play like I do.
well, David, I was just saying he's mixing his game up. How about that? He's mixing it up. He raises sometimes with less than premiums, and then he just calls.
You know, I'm trying to be nice to the players, though. I mean, like, it takes a lot to get me to not be nice. Like, you basically have to be a jerk or you have to cheat. Then you're going to incur my full wrath.
And there's a lot of different ways to play poker. Obviously, I mean our way. I mean it's not set in stone. I like to think of poker as math, like most people do. And what are your odds in certain situations? What does the math tell you?
The cards came out of your sleeve. What?
Sorry about that camera refocusing itself there.
But David, you're all right. You should most of the time 3-bet those jacks.
Yeah, like the
sure.
Jacks and the Ace Queen. Let's be fair, the Ace Queen as well. Probably should have
Yeah.
put more money in that pot.
They both played a little passively, and the worst hand won.
Speaking of putting more money in the pot, Aaron did that with Ace King suited, and got Terry to call with Jack 9 off from the plus.
Oh, I've been wanting to see this match.
Heads up, here we go.
I
9
see a
in the
9 in the window.
and 2 clubs.
Oh, this is gonna
Here we
be-
go. Here we go. Terry with top pair, Aaron with nut clubs.
Aaron's definitely c-betting this. Oh,
Unless he doesn't.
unless he doesn't.
There's the
Two-pair.
Jack, top 2 for Terry now.
He's got to start building this pot up. I'm an advocate for even a big size.
Check again. 7 of
Oh.
clubs. Aaron gets there.
It's kind of too late to bet now. When,
Not too late for Terry.
when the obvious draw gets there.
He loses to any 10. He does have a club. He does.
He blocks a
technically have
little
flush
bit, yeah.
Blocker, but yeah, he's going to bet 50, and then Aaron's going to decide how big he should go.
That is a
Aaron.
relatively small bet.
Aaron holding the third
What do you
nuts here.
think? Go big on this?
Yeah, I go big here.
I would go in the 300 range.
And if I somehow get 3-bet, I'm just going to throw up on the table.
Yeah, because that straight flush did
He
get
goes to
there.
400 and gets the snap fold from Terry.
He even goes bigger.
Oh, I think Aaron there was just targeting a 10. And I agree with that. I don't think anything worse than a 10 is going to pay him there.
Even that, that's a tough one.
That's when it checks all the way like that. I mean, straight's going to be near the top of your range.
I mean, Terry could have a worse flush as well.
He could. There's not that many worse flushes
Yeah.
that aren't a straight flush, but yeah, he could
That would be
have-
playing
could have like the king
a
queen,
raise
yeah.
there.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have like the jack deuce of clubs.
Yeah.
Shock to nuts.
I think I'm just hanging out, waiting for
Well,
It would have to be
shock nuts
something
doesn't have
like,
to be a suit.
it'd probably have to be something like 6-7 of clubs or
Yeah.
something like 5-6 of clubs. Something connecting for someone to call pre-flop. Like the 5-7 of clubs.
Hey, 7-5 clubs. I love that hand. Jalen just folds from the +2.
I'm surprised he did fold the 5-7 of clubs,
Optimize the ace-3 of diamonds.
especially for just $5, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, no straddle.
Okay, so Optimize is raising here. Aaron calls with 6s, and yeah, Jason's going to go lay down, so we're going to.
Heads up. Optimize versus AA Ron.
I know you're like, I'm so, where'd you go out?
I see a 6 on the window already, but it's a monotone board.
Good news, bad news for AA Ron. He does have the set, but as you just alluded to, he's not loving the hearts. Optimize going to continue here. Aaron can't go anywhere. Maybe,
I think Aaron should raise this
Yeah,
just because of if another heart peels off.
yeah, Aaron could go for some protection here.
I took him to dinner.
Raise 100.
And he does that.
I was in school.
Your eyesight's much better than mine. I can't even see the denominations of the chips.
I saw the number there.
Oh,
So eventually I learned to look at the graphics more than the chips.
I always look at the chips, try to figure it out.
Anytime I look at the chips, I screw it up. And if the wrong number comes up on the screen, I can just blame whoever pressed the button or whatever dealer set the number. Then it's not my fault. And the raise does get it done since Optimize had nothing at all. But yeah, like the camera goes out of focus. It's like, wait, I just got these glasses before Vegas.
I am going to step out and grab a beverage. Do you want anything? A Red Bull?
I'm great, thank you.
You good? All right.
I'm good. Pratt suggesting a TCH Live dunce cap, and even volunteers to wear it. Hey, your words, not mine, man. Your words. Dante thought that you already had the dunce cap, so. Yeah, sorry if I'm getting behind on this chat sometimes. A lot of poker happening here. We had like no shortage of action. Aaron making a 20 with the 10-6 of hearts. Jason going for the 3-bet from the small blind with the king-queen offsuit. Looks like there was a call and an ace-7-7 flop. Just backdoors for Jason. Aaron with a couple of backdoors of his own, but I don't expect he's going to hang around long enough to see those come in. C-bet from Jason gets the quick fold.
This month? Yeah, I got
This weekend?
Yeah, I got
Okay, now Pratt's clarifying that he would just be the custodian of the cap.
3 bullets.
He'd give it away to whoever deserves it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're always happy once you're in for 3 bullets to cash, and then, you know, everything over in cash.
It's like if the Yeti cooler of the night were an actual Yeti cooler. Like, we never actually did that. It was just something that we would speak into
I
existence.
got in on Saturday, 11 a.m. No, I fired one on Thursday or Wednesday, whatever the hell it was. And sorry, I got in on Friday. But yeah, I fired one on Wednesday, like the first one.
All right, live 10.
Great to be back with you all. I know it was a long time since I've been back here in the booth here, Texas Card House, Austin. Vegas was a lot of fun, though. Hope those of you who followed me
Yeah, I go back
enjoyed
and
the
forth.
follow there.
It's a bigger field,
Definitely a
so
lot of
it's
moments.
making the cut or better.
And
But then, you know,
hey, I've still got the broken foot to remember it by. As we go 4 ways to a flop here.
Oh, it's time.
Jack 9-9 Rainbow
On pot next hand.
is going to give Aaron top pair. And not much for anyone else. Tillman with the gut shot.
Six bet. 65. Non-fold.
We see Tillman betting that gut shot to the tune of $65. Aaron calling with the top pair. And the ace of hearts will give Tillman the heart draw. Check, check, third 9 on the board. Aaron going to win with 9s full of jacks. And there we go. Coin win. Recognizes our voices. Remind them since Aaron's playing. I'm William Leddy, a.k.a. the New York Knit.
This is Dante at Dante Poker.
And we're the commentators this evening. Did a little switcheroo a few weeks back. 2-5 is on Mondays now, and 5-10 is on Thursdays now. So you're probably used to hearing Aaron on Mondays, but now he does Thursdays, and he does the 5-10 show. And he's playing with us tonight, sitting on seat 4, having a good night so far. And thanks for watching. Be sure to hit like if you haven't done so already. See a couple hundred of you watching. Thank you so much for being here. Definitely have a look at that link pinned at the top of the chat. We are giving away a seat for the TCH Poker Cruise coming up
And then bitch and moan about what
next year. As we have a bomb pot here, Jack 5-4 of spades, Queen 10-6 clubs,
I'm ready to play.
two spades, 2 clubs, and get these hands scanned in. I see half a hand for Terry. A 10 and a 4 are pretty interesting cards. If I'm only going to see 2 cards,
He's
got
got
a piece of
got
both.
possible sets out there.
Queen, Jack, 3 deuces, top pair both ways for J-Win and an open ender on the bottom. Optimize with 2 pair and some straightiness. These hands go by so fast. Andrew with some draws on both sides. Tillman
Jason
with some draws on both sides. Jason with some better draws on both sides.
plus 2 pair on the bottom, and he's got an open ender as well.
And
on
now
top.
his hand magically scrolls away.
Looks
Couldn't even
like
tell you who put in the bet there. I assume
Jason
that was him.
did. I thought
Like
Jason did.
that's a pretty scoopy hand there. Terry with the 10 and the 4 goes for the call. Let's see the field thin out a bit. We see Aaron with his jack and his open ender. Goes for the call. Andrew with draws on both sides goes for the call. We're down to just 5 ways. So, yeah, King, Queen, 6-3 for Jason seems to be the best hand at the moment. Ace of clubs, Jack of clubs. Somebody's clubs got there. Andrew's clubs got there. Andrew, in fact, has the redraw that's not available for the straight flush. Andrew has the best clubs that we know about. And then Aaron with top 2 on the top, which I think is the best hand right now, on the top. And we check through, I think. 10 of hearts, 5 of hearts. So King, Queen gets there on the top. Jason with the nuts on the top now. And then the bottom, as far as we know, is Andrew. Best flush that we know about. We don't have all of everybody's hands. If somebody has better clubs, I think we're going to hear from them. Like, have your Jason, you probably bet here if it gets there. Andrew, I'm not so sure about this bet. He is going to bet. Andrew has a non-nut hand, and he has one side of the board. He goes half pot. Jason just calls. So what I was going to say was Jason's got to be a little careful, too, because a straight is a really great way to get quartered.
Yeah, I have no problem folding straights now.
And
nowadays.
David blasts it. David blasted it to 1,200. Goes full pot. Andrew in a 6th spot now, holding the second nut flush. He has the second nut flush, and then he just has a pair on the bottom. There's no way third pair is ever good for half this pot. No, or rather on the top he has third pair. I can't keep the board straight anymore.
I was letting you do all that because I couldn't read them at all.
Yeah, Andrew's got the third nuts on the top and butt kiss on the bottom, and he's facing a pot-sized bet.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jason goes in and folds this, like you were talking about earlier. Straights are just a great way of getting quartered, so if Jason folds, it's not horrible.
Yeah. His two pair will sometimes be good on the bottom. He'd have to hope that he's quartering a king-queen, which might be a little bit wishful on this board. You're looking at first and fourth pair. Andrew does call with that second nut flush. Wouldn't surprise me if David just turns over nut clubs. Nut clubs and or king queen. Or no, or it would be one or the other because of the clubs out there already. Yeah, this is a 6 spot for Jason. You have nuts on one side that could be quartered, and you have something pretty thin on the other side.
I think he folds. I think going multi-way.
But the good news is multi-way, it's not as bad when you get quartered. But he's calling for half the pot here.
He folds.
He does fold.
Yeah.
He does fold. Let's
Don't
see if
mind
he was
that at
right.
all.
Let's see what David has.
Does David have the same hand?
We're going to get it in a moment, I think.
I don't see it.
I see a 5. I see a king 5. I think he
No.
had the nut clubs. So Jason did fold away half the pot there.
He would have won half the ball.
He
But
would have won
again,
half the pot, but yeah, he doesn't know that.
yeah, I don't mind it at all.
So we are going to chop this up here. So Jason would have won. Yeah, he would have won just the half, and yeah, the best hand on the top ends up being Andrew's pair of tens. But this is also what I was saying, like the other way around, where like if both your opponents happen to be on the top, like then your two pair can be good on the bottom, and that is just an emergency two pair.
He did have showdown value on both boards, but
Yeah, not enough.
again, yeah, the straights. I think it takes a good player to fold.
Calling for half's not the best thing in the world. So I'll tell you a story from the Dealer's Choice, which was like one of the first tournaments I played at the WSOP. It's like a 20-game mix. Like we take turns calling a game. We play 6 hands when the next person calls. Anyway, we get out of dinner break on day 2. I got one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. And we come back, we're on a 7-card stud 8 or better hands. I get kings. Like 2 of my first 3 cards are kings. This is pretty good. Kings are good, right? And some money goes in. And 4th Street comes out, 5th Street comes out, more money goes in. 6th Street, which is your 4th up card. This is where craziness happens, but we'll hold on that because we have some craziness here. Optimize with bottom set.
Okay.
And we have 2 heart draws, one of which is a straight flush draw.
I'm down to order some friends.
This should get, and the pot is so small
This
right now.
could escalate.
So we have Magic with the best flush draw.
45 from Magic, just a call from David. I think if you're optimized, you gotta go for
You
the
have to,
raise right
absolutely.
now. You're not wanting to see about half the turns in the deck.
Make it expensive for
Go
them to
big.
call.
This is straighty flushy. And he does go big. He goes 375.
I actually think Magic can get away with this. Just fold it, but David has that combo draw that's that probably should keep him around. But that's
Magic
what I
doesn't see
know,
the folding type.
Mr. Lottie.
He hasn't seen the folding type. Second nut hearts. He's gonna pray, like if he gets there, he's gonna pray that
Wow, he
Optimize
wants-
wasn't raising the
He
nut
wants the
hearts.
ace of hearts to come on the turn. That's
Yeah,
all.
he wants the ace of hearts. Now I'll tell you the real chaos card, the 8 of hearts. That's where Magic
Yeah,
gets
but
stacked.
I think an Optimize gets away with 8. Maybe
So-
the 8 of hearts, and then check, and then a 6.
Yeah, there we go. Jackpot.
Quads
Too
versus
bad we don't
straight
have one.
flush. David elects to
gonna make it
raise this, so he
1,000.
check raises multi-way. That's a unusual line.
This is a 3-bet, by the way.
No, they're gonna make like a
Like, remember, Optimize was a check raiser. In fact, this is a back raise from David.
It is.
Think about this. This is a back raise.
Optimize was
On
going
the
through his,
flat.
he only loses to 2 hands, 10s and jacks at the moment. So he's probably happy to get it in right here. And this is where Magic's going to have to fold.
California rules.
That said, like, actually, David is, I think, a slight equity favorite against Optimize, actually. Like, if we pretend we don't know Magic has 2 of the hearts. Like, David would actually be an equity favorite there. Optimize is going to go for the 4-bet jam. And this is where Magic probably just gets away, and then David thinks he has enough equity to call.
Well, David's going to have to, he's got himself priced in here.
That too.
The stock to pot ratio is so lopsided.
It-
Optimize can do this also with the ace jack of hearts. I'm assuming Magic's going through all that.
It'll be another 1,000, and the pot's going to be 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's
he'll be
only
pissed,
a
yeah.
few hands that Optimize is doing this with. A set and an ace jack of hearts. Anything else is, he's not jamming this. That's a good fold, although he would be ahead if a heart hit. But I still like the fold there from Magic.
And David's going to call. See how many times they run it here.
That's a confident man putting 1 chip out.
Okay, it's gonna be two times. Sorry.
We can't actually hear anything that's being said at the table, so you may know better than us right now. All of you watching in chat. There's a king. And there's a heart for David. That's 1 for David. And chop it up.
That's iron.
I'm sorry, Magic. I take that back. You should have called.
Yeah, results oriented, which that's how we play poker around here, right? Hey, they pay us on the results.
Yeah, well, I tend to make my decisions on,
Where are you getting it from?
you know, am I going to be profitable with this call? And I tend to
As
be
you
a little
should.
snugger than most. So
Which, by the way, if David would have found that 8 of hearts on the first board, he could get a straight flush payout. Like that is a promo we have going on here at TCH Austin. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details there. You get a straight flush, you get paid. How much depends on what street. If you flop it, it's 300. Turn, it's 200. River is 100. Additional rules apply. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details.
thank you for that. I haven't had a straight flush in, not counting bomb pots. I've never had a straight flush
Okay,
that I
that
can
was-
remember.
That's another fun story from Vegas. Like I had 2 straight flushes within 10 minutes or so. I was playing an online tournament while I was playing a live tournament. In the online tournament, I make a straight flush playing both my whole cards, and I end up stacking somebody who I didn't fully stack them. I assume they just had like the ace high clubs or whatever it was. Then just a few minutes later, I'm only using 1 whole card, but I did make a royal flush
Oh,
playing the 1700 main at MGM Grands, which was a fun tournament. I ended up 21st there for a little under 10K. But yeah, like just minutes apart, I'm making straight flushes, and I think I've exceeded my quota for the year.
well, don't think I've ever had. I've had quads a few times this year.
I didn't get paid on that royal either. I just had quads the other night in a
I
tournament.
still remember your quads like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
You
I
did
made 'em
on the stream. You didn't even say what you had. You just yelled out high hand.
Yeah.
Quad 9s, I
Yeah,
think it was.
when I'm snapping like that, you know what I got. And Ace King, good for Jay Wynn to take the pot. Anyway, back to the dealer's choice story. So we're playing stud 8. I have kings. We're putting money in the pot because like I got a decent hand there. And somehow we get to 6th Street 4 ways, which is pretty unusual, especially when you're well into day 2 of a bracelet event. It's a little bit fishy. And anyway, player on my direct right, guy named Brad Rubin, who ends up winning the tournament. His first up card was an ace. He catches an ace. Bummer for me. He's now showing 2 aces, and he's showing 2 other low cards. It's a high-low game. So, yeah. And then I catch a 2 pair, actually. So like, I have kings up now. And the player on my left, he had a queen on 3rd. He paired his queen. So it's like, oh, my God. Does he have split queens?
So you're talking about like aces, kings, and queens?
Yeah, something like that. And there's a 4th player, whatever he had, it sucked. Anyway, so our friend with the aces bets, and I just fold because either I'm way behind on the high here. Speaking of high, we have aces versus a spade draw right now on this flop.
We'll continue that. Another action that should be bigger than it is.
Here. This was just a raise to 35 and a call pre-flop. And now we get the raise, the check raise from pocket aces. David trapped the whole way with aces. He's not been aggressive with them until just now.
We've seen David check raise a few times.
Terry with the second nut spades is going to flat, and the king's going to pair.
That's going to kill action.
Yeah.
I think David's just in calling mode now.
Terry going to go for it. David thinking, well, if you have top pair, I'm pretty hosed, but maybe I'm not hosed, so I'm going to call.
Ace of spades, please, one time.
Ace of spades for chaos. How about a jack of diamonds to brick Terry?
Yeah, I don't think Terry can bet any amount.
He could bluff here.
He's going to bluff, but...
That's 500, I think.
400.
At 400. 400 towers from Terry. David with a bluff catcher.
Oh.
Just folds the aces. So, yeah, aggression. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if he's just aggressive with the aces pre-flop, queen deuce never even sees the flop.
Yeah, that was
trapped himself.
I do like the creativity.
He trapped himself there.
You value owned yourself.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I'm either like a mile behind for the high, and I'm getting scooped, or he's just free rolling the hell out of me with a low and a pair of aces that's just like super wide to make 2 pair plus. I just fold the kings up, and I was right. So he had aces up. The guy on my left, he just had queens up, so like I could have beat him. Like he could have easily had split queens that just made a third queen, but I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So these split pot games, you got to.
So
be
this is a
careful.
7-card game.
It's a 7-card stud,
Split?
8 or better. Yeah, it's a high
I've
low.
never even heard of it.
It's a high low game. Yeah, 8 or better. Just like if you play Omaha 8 or better, the low works the same way, and then your high is just your high, and you end up with 3 down cards, 4 up cards.
You didn't have any low, did you?
I did not have a low. So like when you have kings up with 2 pair with kings, you almost never have a low. I did not have a low there. In fact, you never have a low because you can't have a low.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, it's true, huh?
Because you have 2 kings and then you have another unpaired card, another paired card.
That's the only you have.
So yeah, you got to be very careful about how much of the pot you're drawing to there.
Tillman here with top pair where the board is really straighty.
It's soaking wet.
David's got the bottom end of that draw, and Optimize has a gutter.
And David's going to bet it here.
If he had the same veracity as he had with those aces, he would have won that last pot.
You got to play the 6-3 like it's aces. Or you got to play the aces like it's 6-3, one or the other.
Optimize makes the lay down, but I think, Tillman makes...
Tillman just folds the top pair, not wanting to see what comes next.
Far be it for me to say, but I think Tillman should have called there.
I would have. And yeah, Pratt, I did actually hear the scream from off in the distance. Like, I think they might have heard you up in Choctaw. Will Armstrong was wondering, how often have I played the entire series like this year? Never. This was the first time I got to do it. It was so fun. I was still working my day job. Like, I got a remote job.
Oh, okay.
So, actually, this was the first time I was on their time zone because most of them are in Portland. So, like, they're all on Pacific time all the time, but I'm not.
Maybe I'll do that next year. I hear a lot of great stories coming out of it. A lot of friends are playing up there.
My favorite tournament of the series, the Dealer's Choice was a fun one. I mean, there's so many ways you could go there. The Dealer's Choice is a great event.
And it's not just the WSOP events. Every room
like
had their
casinos.
own. Yeah, had in their events, right?
Yeah. Like the main event, like this was the first time I got to play the main. Busted late day 2, unfortunately, but that was definitely a fun time. My first main event hand ever was aces.
I remember you putting that on your Instagram.
Follow me at Waddy William. That's at LAHTI William if you want to see all my tourney hijinks. We got a trip to Tulsa coming up in a few weeks. And give you guys a ride there as well. And we got 5 players going for a ride here. half the table.
Does
going
Aaron
your
have
way.
ace queen, I think?
I did see an ace queen. I see an ace jack.
So Aaron does have top.
Nine.
We have 2 players with an ace.
And
we
got
have
gut
Magic
shots.
with a gut shot. Oh, he's got an open ender. Sorry.
Yeah, open enter for Magic. And
Tillman has the gut shot.
Yeah, Tillman with the gut shot. We got top pairs for Aaron and Jason. Something for almost
Nobody
everyone.
with the spades, huh? Nope. Aaron does have backdoor.
Backdoor, the best backdoor.
Yeah.
Magic going nowhere with his draw there.
You looking for a raise here, Jason? Or yeah, I was just going to say, you should just call this.
Yeah, definitely just call if you do anything. Like
multi-way.
3 ways, I really don't even like the ace 3. And the 6 of spades is probably going to get Jason out of there. Aaron now with the second nut spade draw to go with his top pair. We check through.
Oh,
And
this
the
is not a
third
good
ace
card for Jason.
Yeah, this is where Jason might lose some money here. It's still just trips, and spades are still a thing.
The flush is out there, but I expect Jason to bet this since nobody showed any interest out on the turn.
And Aaron calls.
He's going to make it small, too, I think. He
He's
actually
gonna
probably
check it.
thinks, oh, he checks it. Okay.
Now, if you're Aaron, are we betting here? And then just pray that nobody puts us in the blender.
Like 200, just like half pot, something. It actually looks a little bit more than that. 325, so it goes a little bit on the bigger side.
He's saying, I got it or I don't got it. He's polarizing.
You know, Jack is never making this play, so it's either. But the flush did get there, so that's a tough one for Jason. I think he can find a fold here.
He's beating Queen 10, and that's about it. He's beating Queen 10, he's beating 10-8. He's chopping with some baby aces, but we've already had the calling to chop discussion. He does call, and is going to see the superior ace.
That
in
is
Aaron's
impressive.
hands.
Aaron got max value out of that hand.
Yeah. We're wondering if Dramaha Deuce to 7 is available in dealer's choice. There's no Dramaha tournaments anywhere. Dramaha hasn't caught on yet to where it's in like legitimate mixes, like legitimate mixed tournaments. As much as I enjoy having any Deuce to 7 variant, yeah, that's probably my favorite game. Like Deuce to 7 triple draw is my favorite. I did get the odd money in the 10K satellite for the 10K Deuce to 7 triple draw. I got like the 7,500, like whatever's left over after the 10K seats. Came down to a hand like me versus the other short stack where we both have a great draw. One of us gets there, the other one doesn't.
That's always the case. How easy was it to register for these tournaments?
WSOP, it was
Yes.
super easy. So what I did was I took the money that I was going to play there, got a cashier's check at the bank before I went out to Vegas and broke my foot. Before that, show up to the WSOP cage, the beginning of the series, put it in a tournament buy-in account, and then the money's just on account. I can register online and print my ticket on a kiosk and not have to wait in any lines except the payout line. That's the only line that you want to be standing
And you don't
in
mind waiting in that line.
at WSOP, the payout line.
Wow, that is easy.
And we get an open ender for Jason.
They do it so
So yeah, that wasn't so bad because I planned ahead.
I'll be there by 8 o'clock, man. Because when you go at 9, you can't find
So Terry C bets to 35. Jason just calls there with the open ender. Eight's going to pair on the turn.
You just keep asking to move down.
Check, check.
Oh,
Ace is going
straight
to
gets there.
make the wheel for Jason.
Terry now has top pair.
So,
He's probably thinking value at this point.
yeah, this is probably a bet fold from Terry if I had to guess. Unless he decides to put Jason on a missed heart draw, which probably would have bet turn though. That's where it gets weird, like the check on a turn. This could get Terry in some trouble here. He does make it 85. I imagine we're going to see a raise from the wheel.
I think it's going to be around 225, 250. Might have been bigger, but the board is paired. He's going to go 300.
Goes 300. I
Yeah.
respect the 300 there.
Just paid out one time?
It's because I bought
He
them.
didn't like the,
I think Terry pays this off.
Like, I thought I got
It's
there.
tough. You don't put your opponent on a straight draw
That's the
on a
thing. You're
turn.
like, I thought I got there.
I'm excited about going to SEC. Get some bigger games. Yeah, but we got like 20 of us goes. All my cousin has tickets, so it's like a family get together every time.
Where's your tailgate?
We go to the YouTube club, so they set it all up and we just show up.
Like right outside of the stadium?
He's replaying the hand in his head, I'm sure.
We're the only ones that are allowed to go out and come back.
Probably thrown by the check.
Special band.
He could probably put his opponent on an 8 is what he's thinking.
No, it's a club.
Now, he loses to an 8.
Pay for that extra.
But not
Like
Loses
what-
the 5-3 that he almost never has.
Yeah, that would be tough to put anybody on. Something like a 7-8, 8-9 suited, something like that.
but it's nice because I can bring people in for $5.
That continues on the flop, like 7-8 of hearts. And Terry knows this is almost never a bluff on the river like this.
Yeah, there are certain players who are always honest on the river, and there are certain players who do weird stuff on the river. And Terry's decided that this is a bit of honesty, and Jason will get shipped the pot without getting any further payment.
Aren't they already in SEC?
That's a relatively small pot there. He does drag an extra 160 bucks his way.
Poker Monkey, the foot's pretty okay today. A few more days, I can give it a go without the boot and see how it's feeling.
We get to play A&M again.
And hopefully we're past all that afterwards.
I am going to the Ohio State
I see people gambling. I haven't gambled yet. Let's gamble.
I won for the first time last week.
Nice. I'm going to gamble just 10 because I'm in it. Do have a reputation to maintain here.
I only have like 30, 28 or something like that.
Look at that, I won. And Tillman might win here. He's got ace-queen suited. Makes it 35. But Jason has ace-king, so he has a somewhat better chance of winning. Gonna put in the squeeze over Tillman's raise and Magic's call. Makes it 150.
Oh, yeah, the hangover. That was
Tillman on the button, gonna call.
I do like, although we could see that Tillman is dominant, I do like his call in
Yeah, it's
position.
a great call.
Yeah. I can see him folding in the small blind, big blind, and that flop doesn't help anybody.
8-5-3, rainbow, backdoor spades for Tillman. I do imagine the c-bet's going to happen here. Tillman could just give up here.
I think Tillman calls here,
He's going to call once. He does have the backdoor.
It was big business up on the
and he knows that flop's not going to help Jason at all.
Jason could just be messing around. He's not this time. The jack of clubs of no use to anybody.
The pot is starting to get bigger here. It's already at 460.
Jason's slowing down now, thinking, well, maybe Tillman's got
Tillman's got a bet here.
Yeah, you could definitely bluff here.
time to buy the tickets for grad students versus undergrad. And so you had
You
probably
certainly have plenty of pairs when you've played it to this point.
during which you could get the tickets because like
He
grad
checks it back. And
the
the
worst
ace on the
card.
river,
Worst
so
card.
So I like
Jason's going to bet, and Tillman's going to pay him. Is my prediction.
and they would be gone. Like if you didn't somehow get it to
Depending on the size of the bet, Tillman could even raise him.
It should be that way.
yeah.
When that ace comes on the river, Jason can rep that ace a lot of times. And they, you know, as we know, these players have played together a lot. Oh, he
200
just
gets the
calls.
quick call.
For the full season.
I prefer the call if I'm Tillman myself because the problem is, what am I getting value from if I raise?
You can make all of that up by selling one of
Like a weak ace, is a weak ace going to pay me? If a weaker ace isn't going to pay me, nothing's going to pay me.
you know, McNeezy state.
Oh, he's nothing that I'm beating is going to pay me.
You could barely sell that one for like $20, but
Oh, I'm from Lake Charles, and McNeese is in it.
okay, yeah. So
It could just like randomly be aces up as well, with, or randomly two pair the way.
watch Bucky do like 90
The way I
push-ups on
usually
the
get.
board to, you know, running up the score on these poor kids. That was fun.
You went there for undergrads?
No, just grad school. I did undergrad.
Thanks again for watching, everyone. Be sure to hit like, hit subscribe. If you're enjoying this, let me get an up-to-date like counter here. Phone, I gotta refresh it manually. I see 88 likes. I bet we could hit 100 likes. We could hit 100 likes by the top of the hour. I think we can do it.
All right, we have Terry wakes up with a nice hand in the straddle. Andrew has been really quiet tonight. Oh, and
And
Magic
Magic's
with
gonna actually have
aces. This could be fun. I don't think Terry's going anywhere.
King, queen, gonna call.
I think Andrew's also going to call. I'd like to see Magic make a bigger bet there than the 125 pre-flop. And that's a very uninspiring flop. No one should probably have a 3 in their range.
If you're Magic, you're feeling pretty good about this flop. About as safe as it gets.
He down bets to 100, I believe. Yeah.
And if you know how wide Magic's been playing, King High could be good here, but can King High stand the heat is the problem.
He calls this because the bet was so small, and he could spike a king or a queen in his mind and be ahead here. So
Yeah, he'll spike sometimes. The 8 of spades will not.
that's
be one of those
actually a
spikes.
great card for Terry. I think Terry's just going to fold this now.
300 for Magic.
He sizes up here a little bit from 1/3 to 1/2.
Does fold. Hey, there's some people I know who would say the 8 of spades is the best card in the deck, period.
I've been to that person's restaurant.
Yeah, so as have I.
It's really good. We're going there tomorrow
And
night.
whenever I managed to drag myself out to Cedar Park, which is pretty rare. Like I'm not near there.
I live in Cedar Park.
Well, there you go. You're near there. I'm not.
Yeah. No, we've been there a few times. I think we're going there tomorrow night, actually. Mandola's, if anybody's.
Yeah.
In Cedar Park, Round Rock area.
And definitely enjoy that. Like I'm considerably east of you.
Like Pflugerville?
Roundabouts there.
Roundabout.
Somewhere near there. Kenneth James waiting to give us like number 99. We appreciate the thought. And thanks in advance.
7 race,
Aaron, what first place pay for yesterday? 95.
Magic made it 35
Oh no,
with
they
his
they
10-9
made a
offsuit.
deal, like,
Terry
the guy
with
that-
half a mystery hand. He's got the 8 of hearts. He's got half the steamdoll in number 1.
Pretty good deal then. First, if you're making a deal and you're getting 80.
Yeah, the
King
last
7-6. Hey, the 8 has at least a back door.
top 2 guys chopped it even.
Magic with the gut shot.
Guy who had a few more
Jay
chips or
Win.
whatever got taken.
Got a whole lot going on.
I appreciate that comment, Kenneth James. That sounds familiar. Is there a poker player named Kenneth?
Yeah, he's a poker player.
No, dude, I want to play more.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the name. I'm
Yeah, so
honestly
am I.
not too familiar with your career, Kenneth, but I know that you exist and that you're a poker player.
If it's the same Ken of James.
I assume so.
Oh, so. All right, we have a gut shot here.
We got a check
For
raise
Magic.
from Terry. I imagine this is probably like a 9-8 sort of a deal.
Yeah.
They rake those tournaments so hard. I mean, they rake this hard too, but like, I don't have to go anywhere.
I know, I was gonna stay home.
There's like the travel rake that I don't have to pay. It's like, okay.
Thinking about going to Hollywood in the next month, though, for that big one.
Yeah, Ragnar Mandola's is really, really good if you're ever in the Austin area.
I haven't really thought about it.
So I'm thinking
And
Hopefully I get a free meal out of this advertisement.
Magic going to continue here.
Yeah, you gotta get there.
Well, he
And
may
there's
have
the
caught
10.
up. He may
This
have
is either
caught up.
very good or very bad for him. He has second bad. The second pair. The question is, does he? Did Terry just make a straight? He checked. I don't think Terry has a straight. I think Terry's betting if he has a straight. Queen of diamonds on the ends. Magic has the best hand that we know about. Yeah, no way Terry has it. Like when he checked twice. Magic's going for $400. Are we sure these hands got red right?
Yeah, you typically that's showdown value. You would just check that. What are you going to get called with here? A 7, a 6? Unlikely. So this is if the cards are right. This is it's an unusual line to say the least.
And Terry folds. Real Kenneth James came to TCH for a 1K tournament and got second. Okay, good for you if that's a thing that happens. Like back in the early days of TCH Austin, like before Texas Poker really blew up, believe it or not, like there were 1K tournaments here, like once in a blue moon. This was before you would have been here.
Yeah, I'm fairly new.
Yeah, like these days, like this location, like the market's just too big now to ever hold a tournament that big here. Like we just couldn't fit
1K. I thought you were
everybody.
talking about a guaranteed price pool of
No.
1K.
No, we have those.
I was like, well, that's not that big.
Hey, you know what? Like after this hand, I'll even plug those
Yeah, I know.
tournaments. TexasCardhouse.com or Poker
But
Anh. But
the
so-
1K buy-in.
Yeah, like that was a thing that used to be a thing around here. But yeah, like we just couldn't physically fit that in this space. Hey, maybe Dallas does something like that one day. They got the 400 this week, the end of summer tournament this week. But that weekly tournament in Dallas is the Saturday is always huge. You can see that final table screen every Saturday. Of course, saying this week they've got the big tournament, so and I imagine that'll be different this week. But yeah, lots of tournament action around, and
Let's take a look at
heads-up
some
action
stats.
here.
We haven't
yeah, we'll
really.
get to the stats after this hand for sure.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that. I wasn't the one clicking the button there. Tillman with middle pair. And Tillman is going to take that down. So now it's got those net earnings up there. You want to click that button?
I
Let's
think
click that.
Kenna replied.
Yeah, you exist, Kenneth. Aaron, Optimize, and David are 3 winners so far. But, I mean,
So-
we're not quite halfway there.
Yeah, not a lot right here. No one's really lost a lot or won a lot, as we're used to. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I just remember seeing Kenna James, if it's the same one, on an ESPN show, a poker show a while ago. That's how I know him.
I remember him making an appearance at some other room.
Something.
But
I don't know. If
some
that's-
room that claims to be in Austin, but they're not actually in Austin. But they
Oh.
like to pretend they're posers.
Hey, where's the 35?
And 35 from Jason with the ace-jack offsuit. Not a poser there. That's pretty legit hands.
I think it's one of my least favorite hands.
Like
seemed,
it's a hand where you know where you're at.
Yeah, it seemed.
Like if you get significant resistance, you can just get away from it. And he does not get any resistance. He just takes the pot.
Poker Monkey is saying Dallas had a $900 entry one time.
Yeah, I think I even played it.
I ain't
Oh,
do
okay.
anything.
I didn't even cash it. I don't know.
I may have to start playing tournaments.
Like I have a cash or two in Dallas. Like it's amazing. Like I've got like 60 hands in mouth caches now. And I can remember when I was just fighting to exist.
Do you think cash players do well in tournaments?
No wonder I didn't see it.
They can, like in certain tournaments more than others. Like the main event, like cash game grinders do surprisingly well in the main, just because that tournament tends to be deeper, longer, and cash players.
Oh, they have 2-hour rounds, right?
That's right, 2-hour blinds. So, like cash players, they just play deep all the time. Like a cash player, you're basically never playing 20 bigs deep unless you have some maniac straddling $500 in a 2-5 game.
Which happens.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that's happened around here.
I like Magic's hand 9-8 suited, but David has a better suited 9 here. He's just going to call. Terry's probably going to raise this up. But he does raise it up to 250. No, 160, I'm sorry. Yeah, I would expect Magic and David to call this.
Very nice.
Can't
Yes,
raise
and
to
also-
someone's aggression every time.
Ace-10 offsuit, definitely a reasonable hand to squeeze with as a bluff. But you are bluffing again. Like if you get a lot of resistance, you just get out of there. And goes call, call.
You hear though, David's in one of those things. Well, you called, so now I have to call.
Well, I
You
guess
hear
I'm
that a
priced
lot.
in.
I did see a 9. Oh wow!
Jack 9-6. We got a couple of 9s out
So two-player, everybody hits this flop. We have, well, we have Magic and David with second pair. I'm sorry, I thought Terry misses. So it's going to
No,
go
Terry
check,
with
check,
backdoors.
check.
there. Now Terry has absolute nothing. And Magic suddenly has a combo draw. He does have the gut shot and the clubs. And he makes it 100, gets the call from David. Terry's going to just get out of there with his nothing. The 8 of hearts on the river is going to make a pair for Magic. It's going to make a second pair, which is more than one pair.
Yeah, but he,
And Magic's $300 river bet gets called by David, or other way around. David's going to bet 300. Magic's going to call with his 2 pair. And yeah, that's just a call. That's not a raise. 4 to a straight. The front door flush got there.
I do like the fact that Magic value bet there was able to get paid off when that board did start to connect. I think the flush got there as well, too. So.
Well, that was actually a bluff from David. That got picked off.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought he bet. Never
It's a little
mind.
confusing.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. I promised I'd plug those tournaments here at TCH Austin, so here we go. Every Monday. Hey, today's Monday.
It is. I just saw it out there.
2K guarantee, $60 PLO tournament going on right now here at TCH Austin. Every Wednesday, the 2K guaranteed, 1K to first place guaranteed free roll. No limit hold'em there. Same stakes, or same guarantees rather, 2K, 1K guaranteed Friday, PLO free roll. And then Saturday we have our second chance tournament guaranteeing $3,000 to first place. That one is 1 re-entry or 1 add-on at the break. That's the second chance. And that's a fun one.
I played last year I played it a few times, the PLO one.
Yeah, I've shown up to those a few times.
Yeah.
TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas for all the details there. Aaron with some ladies saying you're worth $75 and everyone calling. Ace 10 9.
He's not going to like that.
Magic's
Magic's
gonna love
got
it, though.
there with
That's
the
top 2.
2 pair.
And Tillman's got the open ender.
So nobody's going anywhere.
Oh, I think
I
Aaron.
think Aaron
I
can
think
get away
Aaron's
from
going
that.
somewhere
Yeah.
to the muck. David's going to Blufftown. No, that's Magic rather. I'm sorry. David folds as he should.
You can't
Aaron
fold
gonna
one
call and Tillman gonna call and Aaron gonna want his $100 back. Does pick up a gutter here.
pair. Well,
And
Tillman picks up.
picks
He
up
improves the
bottom
1
pair.
pair, but it's the worst pair.
That's a couple more outs though. Now an 8 is gonna help his cause as well.
Magic
is
should
gonna
bet
check
here.
through.
Magic checks. That's
And there's the jack. Aaron makes the best hand with the straight to the queen.
he probably can't believe it.
How do I win this pot?
Yeah, he was way behind. He's gonna lead out here. He is first to act. It looks
And
like.
Tillman also has 2 pair, but he's good enough to know that that's garbage.
Yeah, any 7, any queen here.
He loses to a lot of things. He loses to aces up, which is
Yeah.
also still a thing here. Aaron going 350, half pot or so.
Yeah, good
Tillman
fold.
mucking the 2
Aaron, he's a pre-flop raiser here, so this is a tough spot for Magic.
I think he just hits the call
I think
button.
this is a fold. I think this is a fold. If you just look at the
Yeah, like you're
action
losing
on
to
every
a lot.
street, I mean, especially multi-way.
Yeah, the rule for multi-way pots is that somebody has it. That's the
It's
rule.
almost always the case.
Someone has it.
No,
And he does hit the call
make
button.
yeah. It's tough, right? Because I thought he should have bet on the turn, and he would have probably got that pot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that Aaron gets stubborn with an open ender where he'll have a hard time getting paid, which I
It was
say
a
that,
gut
but he
shot, right?
just got
Because of the
paid here.
jack.
But yeah, he had the gut
Oh,
shot.
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
It was the cut shot, but he's gonna have a hard time getting paid when he gets there. That said, he did just get paid, so we're like, no, but you're usually gonna have a hard time getting paid. I hope I'm making sense here.
Are you gonna use
Let's look at the V-tips.
No, you know.
I think Magic's going to be up there with Terry.
Terry and Magic
Oh,
and
yeah.
David and Tillman and Aaron are all playing lots and lots of hands. Jason's not playing quite a third of the hands. And we got Andrew below the Lottie line.
That is
50%
probably
Lottie
the
line.
biggest surprise.
Jay Wynn just above the line, which I'm not that shocked about.
I know the last couple of weeks we've had on in here, and he's been at 60 to 70%.
Yeah, but then he has Ace King for
Hey.
better hands when well, you all saw last.
He had
week.
he had
So it
a
happened.
straight flush on the stream a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I believe that.
7-5 of diamonds. All right, Optimized wakes up with the premium here.
He's got the Jay Wins.
So he's going to 3-bet this. Tillman's not. He's not even at the
150.
table.
That should just clear it out.
Yeah, there's no one's going to call that.
That
And
does clear it out. Also here at TCH Austin, every Friday night is ladies' night. Every Friday, 50% off for the ladies here. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details on all the promotions, such as the 50% off if you play between 4 a.m. and 12 p.m.
which I
half off
do
your hour.
quite often.
Good for you, not having a day job, being able to show up and do that.
We do have a question from Ryan asking, how do we play on the stream?
How do we play on the stream? Great question. So if you look at the description in the video, there's a link with a form to fill out if you're interested in playing on TCH Live, either here or up in Dallas. Fill it out, and we'll get a hold of you. Production will get a hold of you, and potentially make that happen.
Yeah, we love new players. Absolutely love them.
Absolutely. Let me see. The link's there, right? There it is, the link tree link. Okay, so if you want to, Padawan producer Kristen's slipped me a note here. TCH list live, is that right? Not TCH live list. You wrote it the other way. TCH live list at TexasCardHouse.com for the Austin side of the house. Like I said, our link tree also has a form to sign up for.
Oh, but so we got a big hand here. We have Tillman flops bottom set.
Bottom set.
David has a pair with the backdoor flush draw.
Yep.
Tillman's going to raise this. A 4 would be interesting, but we get a queen. Tillman bets really, really fast. That's normally a tell. That's that was
Wouldn't
such a
surprise me if this ends it here. And that does end it.
I would like to see Tillman bet smaller and slower in that spot.
By the way, we're just past the top of the hour. We are at 107 likes. I knew we could do it. Thank you very much.
I had to refresh my phone to check.
But hey, haven't you heard the line in Rounders about tells? You spot a man's tell, you don't say a fucking word.
Well, I take it back then. I had no idea what Tillman. Well, I can see his cards, but
Oh, that is a player pool tendency where
My neighbor used to
people
have
snap like that. Like that often means
I've
something.
talked to him about how he likes it. Yeah,
Usually doesn't mean nothing.
but it looks terrible.
But like DC won't pay you back. That's the only thing about that. Like if you put more
See if I've missed anything.
let's
else.
compare J-Win to Magic. Just curious. See, J-Win's not played a lot of hands.
Four race of 20.
He, to his defense, he's been relatively card dead.
AA
Aaron with
AA.
aces, so we'll hold off on that for a sec.
Yeah. I'm not playing with graphics until after the hands anyway.
So, and Magic's going to call him.
Heads up.
He's really trying to win that VPIP crown.
975, couple of diamonds. So bottom pair for Magic, and Aaron does have the backdoor diamonds, and he has the best hands.
And he knows, I mean, the range advantage is, it's tough, right?
I
Magic,
mean-
that's Magic's flop all day long.
Like Magic's playing every other hand.
Yeah.
So. And Magic decides to check raise to $100.
I mean, he could have 6-8 here. It's more likely he
could.
doesn't. And more likely he has some sort of draw. He's not even that strong. He just has bottom pair
Yeah,
here.
more often he has like Jack Deuce. Four of clubs. Which does straighten the board a little bit. And Magic gonna overbet the pot. Gonna make it $300. Now it's like, seriously, dude.
Yeah, that doesn't. He's really just
Four
trying to buy the pot now.
The four doesn't
Yeah.
really improve much.
He's actually telling Aaron, I flopped the 6-8, is what he's saying. He's really trying
Aaron
to
gonna
bet
call.
that.
Aaron can just call down, especially against such an aggressive player. And now a four is actually going to make Aaron feel better because
He's got two
9-7
pairs.
just made three
Yeah.
pair.
And now he has two pair.
Aces up for
That's
Aaron. Magic makes it
500.
Easy bluff catcher. Aaron gonna flick it in, and he's gonna see the good
Those
news.
things are like,
Aces up, ahead the whole way.
if you just go to look at it, and it's like,
So Aaron gonna collect a pot of almost 400
but now honestly, he got
$1,800.
almost plus 1,000. I can't talk. Words are hards, as Aaron would say. Now let's get that promised J-Win versus Magic up there. So J-Win's only won one pot tonight, which is kind of a bummer.
I think he owns a Tesla.
But that doesn't count the last hand. Oh, there, it updated. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he has not had a lot to work with looking at the VPIP and looking at the number of hands that he's won.
Anyway, just the way his house is.
Yeah, so that said, though, he's less buried than Magic, so there's that.
we're still just a little over halfway, so it's a lot of time to get some cards. I know last week, the first 2 hours of the stream, we had 50 hands in, and then the last 2 hours we only had 30.
Yeah. Jeff Barber wondering whether all-in would have worked there. Absolutely not. Against Magic? No. Definitely not.
Against Aaron.
What's that?
You mean four Magic against Aaron? Is that what he's
Yeah,
asking?
if Magic would have gone all in there, I assume that's what the question meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. Like, Aaron's just going to, maybe he's going to take another 5 seconds before he flicks it in. But against a player who's been going that hard, especially when you've now got a river where you're beating some of the hands that he was check raising on the flop, like the 9-7, the 7-5, like you're beating those now.
I think Aaron just said I only lose to one hand. That's
Yeah, that's the
6-8.
thing. Yeah. Like
If
he
you got
loses
that, then you earned it.
Or a random
Yeah.
set.
I mean, even 9-7 doesn't blast it off on the river
Yeah.
because he's counterfeited now. So
Yeah. Or a boat. Like he could
he
have
could have a
sevens.
boat. He could have.
Nines could happen.
And you just get paid. If that's the case, right?
Yeah, like if Aaron was ahead on the turn, he's ahead on the river. Like that.
Yeah,
That's
because
the thing. Yeah.
I mean, a couple times.
Maybe it's full house.
Yeah, cheap 3-bet 20.
See how we follow this up. Tillman with the suited ace calls the $20 raise from optimize.
After 34 hands, it was less than half.
I'll tell you the worst part about that dealer's choice tournament, though. Like, it wasn't the fact that like I had one of the biggest stacks at day 2 dinner and then I was out in like 20th before day 3. It was how I busted. Norman Chad eliminated me from that tournament.
He's self-proclaimed a bad poker player.
Better than me, apparently.
No, he just got lucky. That was a
But
treat,
hey,
though,
like,
right?
Like
You
Brett
got to play
boosted
with
the
him.
draw, though. We were at the same table most of day 2, and like we got to have a great conversation.
You told him you'd do commentating as well.
Yeah, we talked commentary a little bit. He even name dropped me a couple of times on stream.
Oh,
a couple of the
nice.
final, like the 08 and the 10K horse final tables, I think. So he has this famous phrase, Raz Rush. Like you win some Raz hands, it's called the Raz Rush.
Oh,
We decided to come up with a similar phrase for stud, and I coined the winning phrase, stud surge.
stud what?
Stud surge. Like,
Oh,
just
okay.
Stud hands. That's a stud surge now. We decided you have to alliterate.
Did he?
but
Did he?
he
Did he use that phrase?
Yeah, he actually he mentioned it. He shouted out me and this fine program as well.
Nice.
And yeah, that's as close as I'm going to get to appearing on a WSOP stream.
Well, his voice is so iconic, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you saw Lauren McCarran too.
No,
Lon McCarran? Lon
I
McCarran.
never met him. Norm was fun to play with, though. He kept it a fun table. Yeah, so like that was definitely an experience. Like as far as like famous people that I played with, I played with him, and who else? The name just flew out of my head already. There was about 2 minutes where I was next to James Woods. He loves his mixed games,
I know he's a good poker
and
player.
I late
He's like one of
registered-
the smartest people in Hollywood. That's what I heard. His IQ.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Not a lot on this flop here. But anyway, so I late register stud tournament. I get seated next to him. We immediately hit break. He's trying to get the floor to help me back to my scooter. Like he's a nice guy. Like I said, like, I'm good. Like I promise you, I'm good. But, like he was thinking of me. Like we'd met before. I played with him in LA, right before the apocalypse, and yeah, like he was concerned for me and my foot. And
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. And anyway, like I get back from break, and I find that I've been high carded to another table. Boo.
Last year, I played with the only famous person. I mean, if you don't count poker vloggers, the only famous I played with was Steve Martin.
Ooh.
I
I played with, yeah.
He wasn't very talkative
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I was the other like famous person I played with this summer. I don't know the guy's name, but the name escapes me at the moment. But I was in one of those sit and goes. Those little single table satellites where you like a couple $100, you win like 1,500 whammers. It's like winner take all. Anyway, I was playing with the voice of Patrick from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I don't recall the guy's name, but he was a really friendly guy. And like him and his daughter were there, and yeah, that was a fun table. And he lasted longer than me, so there's that. Famous people are lasting longer than me. But yeah, like you never know who you're gonna run into at a poker table. And let's see, we had Jason open with a queen jack offsuit. David called with a pretty light holding. Optimize going for the squeeze. Ace jack of diamonds.
David's going to make the
David gonna defend.
creative call.
Yeah, assuming this hand was read correctly.
He's got the button.
And he's got a pair of threes, which is the best hands at the moment. Optimized with the 2 overs and the gut shot.
Optimize is thinking, well, I'm supposed to c-bet here, but I don't like it.
Yeah. 125 from Optimized gets called by David, who does have a pair. And now he has 2 pair. That's more than one.
That is, and I think Optimize is going to check here.
I think Optimize is just giving
Oh,
up
he's
now.
doing the obligatory, how much do you have behind you?
Is he really going to go for another barrel here?
No,
No, he
he's
will
always
not. He will
checking
think the
there.
better.
And then this is where Dave is trying to get anybody off a single heart here. Going to make it probably pretty big, I would imagine.
400 or
400 is pretty big. I mean, I guess this is why you play 4-3 off.
so. Yeah. And Optimize going to find the exit here. Yeah, who else? So as far as poker famous people, I actually eliminated Kitty Quo from the main event.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I played with her at another
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Again, somebody else loosened the jar. Like she had squeezed and run into aces, and she lost a bunch of her chips. And then tell you what happened. I get ace queen, and I open, and somebody calls, and then European guy raises from the button, and then
Euro 1.
yeah, Kitty shoves for maybe it was like 20 bigs or something at that point from one of the blinds. Back to me. I have my ace queen. You know what I do?
You shove.
I shove. I go for the 5-bet. And it goes fold, and then Euro thinks, they tank. He folds. We turn our hands over. She's got a pair. And he's like, I folded ace queen too. Don't freaking say that to me. Don't do that. Don't say, hey, I folded your outs. Don't do that.
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of rude. when people
Thankfully, there
do
was
that.
another ace and there was another queen, and I sent her packing.
Well, I like the push with ace queen. I never like a call with ace queen.
Yeah, like what's the zero going to do if I just flat? I'm perfectly comfortable getting in, but with all the calls between me and the Euro, like he could have easily just been squeezing, and like even if Kitty's not there, I'm re-raising. And speaking of raising, we have a raise happening here. We're going to go 3 ways to this flop. Ace queen 5. That's going to be top pair.
We have seen a lot of flops where multiple players have hit the flops.
Yeah, David with middle pair. Terry is going to bluff, and he's going to get Magic to call with the top pair. And there's the Jack Magic now with a cut shot to go along with his top pair. Terry cannot win. It goes check. And
That king
10's gonna be
queen that
2 pair.
folded
King queen
would
would
have
have
got
had
there. He folded second pair
pair
on a flop.
results oriented.
Magic's definitely not afraid to get his chips in there. And I think on the first or second hand, he folded top pair.
Yeah, Magic going to take this one down. Let's see. Doggy G was wondering what subjects not to talk about. Basically, don't talk about politics. Don't talk about like other clubs. Don't talk about other streams, please. Yeah, like those are
Who's saying
basically
that?
the rules here. Somebody was asking it. Somebody was asking in the chat.
About what not to talk about?
That's right. My little speech there about the poker table is like, when you have an all-in and he folded somebody's outs, don't say it. We do have a dealer change here, so KJ stepping out. I'm not sure who's stepping in here.
Jojo's
in
really
the
good
box.
dealer in his own right. Has it been KJ this whole time?
Yeah, it's been KJ the whole time.
Wow, look, Iron Man.
KJ, like a champ, doing the first half of this program. And we got a $10 bomb pot in the making here.
Oh yeah, it is a brand new deck.
Yeah, so, and of course, be nice to each other in the chat as well. But if you want to argue about politics, that's what Twitter's for.
I never bring up politics anywhere.
Yeah.
on the stream, at the table,
Yeah, it's a good idea.
or religion.
Carson, hi there.
Oh, did you know my degree is in theology, pre-ministries?
Did not know that.
And I still will talk about religion on the table. I was going to be, when I was young, I was going to be a priest. Needless to say, I'm not.
So, like, you know what, though? Like, probably could do, like, even these days, like there's this tendency in society where, like, somebody could be an expert on something, they could be well-educated in something, and people won't care that you're educated on that subject.
Well, I've heard a few things, and I wanted to join in the banter and the conversation, but I chose not to.
Yeah.
I chose not.
We have a Jack 5 deuce, couple of spades.
It took me a minute to get used to these bomb pots here because they have to lay the card down on the one board and push it up to the second one.
King, queen, 4, a couple of diamonds there. I see a queen for Optimize. I see a jack for Aaron.
Magic
Someone's
does
got
have
aces,
spades.
and he's got diamonds. So,
Do you see the ace of
big hand for
spades?
Tillman.
So we don't know if Terry has the nut flush here, but we do see Magic with the second spade draw.
King 8, 7, 5 is good for spades and for a pair on the bottom. Jason with a diamond draw and a jack. David's got a jack and
Tillman
pair
with
on
some
the
strong
bottom. He's
holdings
got an
here.
open-ender. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, it takes me a minute. You're much quicker than
There's
I
a
am.
lot of hands going on here. So somebody bet 60. Magic called. Jason called. David called. Terry called. Jalen has, let's see, King, Queen, 7, 5 is top 2 on the bottom and middle pair on the top. Aaron's hand was cut off there, so we don't know what he's got. 8 of hearts. Ace of hearts.
Wow, Tillman wakes up with top set now, but the straight got there. I don't see any jack
David
10.
has the straight on the bottom.
Yes, he does.
I don't see any other jack 10s. Who has the set?
Tillman.
Oh, yeah, Tillman, set of aces. Which, by the way, a set is a drawing hand in PLO.
I'm never comfortable with it.
And David going pot here. He's got the bottom. He's got the straight on the bottom, and would love to fade a board pair, fade a diamond.
It's a lot.
And he
It's
does
a
have
lot to fade.
He's got top pair and a gut shot on the top, so he has some potential on the top. He would love to blast people off of whatever their draw is here. Like this is
It's a pot-sized bet. That's
Yeah.
a tough one. That's a very nutted bet.
and that's a vulnerable hand. So that's a reasonably strong but vulnerable hand.
You can make this bet on the river.
Terry has bottom 2, and he does have a wheel wrap on the top. And he may have the nut spades. He has the ace of spades.
That's what I was saying earlier, right?
Yeah.
Because we know Magic has second nut spades.
If I'm Terry and I have, like, I would actually even consider just piling in.
If he
And
has
he does.
that, he does have the
does do
spade
that.
draw. Okay.
Aaron's out of there. Tillman is going to stick it in as well. Magic has an easy fold now. Jason has an easy fold with just like second nuts.
That's
and
a.
second
He
nut
does
diamonds and
have.
a
Tillman does have not only top set on the bottom, but
And he has
he's
a
got.
redraw. He
Yeah,
has
he's got a redraw to the nut diamond, so I like
Yeah.
that play.
And he does have aces and 2 pair on the top. He has he's got a lot of bats on the top as well. Back over to David, who has the nuts on one side, but they're super vulnerable, and just has a gut shot on the other.
Yeah, this is why I don't like the bet from David.
And he's reluctantly going to have to call
Yeah.
because he's going to feel
He's
priced
going to
in.
be. He could be quartered, although we could see he's not.
Yeah, but he's fading half the deck.
Yes, this is going to be a
He's
tough
fading
one.
a diamond. He's fading a board pair.
He's hoping to see a diamond in the first card so he can go up.
Yeah.
He's like, put the diamond on the top board, please. Or please put the 4, queen, king on the top board.
The most tilting thing in these bomb pots is when the cards come out the opposite way you want them to.
No, that happens more than it comes out the right
That
way.
happens every time.
That's,
Yeah, and diamonds
you guys are on the side. I just
All
brought a
right,
6-6
so
right now.
got to get this main pot right, get the side pot right,
Good luck.
and I think we're about to find the results out. 7 of diamonds on the top.
Tillman's killing himself right
There's
now.
your diamond.
Oh,
Where it
diamond!
came from?
Wow, and Tillman proudly throws up the
Tillman.
nut diamonds.
Tillman with the nut diamonds. And
Although
then on
Jack
the other
9 of
side,
diamonds is the
I
nuts.
think the 8-5 might actually be good for the top as well.
Well, you got
Tillman may be scooping here.
Jackson 7.
Jack 7 for David. Okay, Jack's up for David. So David's going to get half.
And then we got
David's going to get half of everything with the Jack 7.
That leads me to believe Terry did have the nut flush draw on the top.
Yeah.
that's fine. So
Yeah,
Terry,
David's going to get half of everything with the Jack 7, and then Tillman's going to get the other half of everything with the diamonds, I believe. No. Terry gets half the main. What did Terry have?
I pulled this. Sorry. That's my yellow chop. I'm bringing this up.
Okay, we're getting the.
My bad. Yeah.
Apparently, we're still getting the hands right in the system.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so David had 4-6 for a straight on the top.
You didn't get that.
Tillman had the nut
So-
flush draw.
Okay, so the Jack 7 is going to get half of the side pot then. And then Tillman's going to get half of everything. And then the 6-4 is going to get half of the side pot. Or half of the main pot, rather. My mistake. See J-Stack in the chat here. Great to see you there. Played on this program many times. Always fun to have him around. Shouting out AA Ron. It's rocket science saying Texas poker beats Nevada poker. Yeah, I would agree. Texas poker is awesome.
It just plays so much bigger. I actually think Nevada poker or Vegas poker is quite boring, especially the limits on the buy-ins. Like you're so shallow. $500 buy-in for 2.5.
For whatever reason, I have way more results in tournaments out there than I do here. Maybe it's because people fold more there.
No worries.
Oh, they do. 100%.
Like a lot of my game depends on people folding sometimes. And here in Texas, a lot of people don't fold. Like you see 5 cards a lot more often than you do out there. And you see it 5 ways a lot more often than you do out there.
Another big difference is it's also, although there's a lot more money here, it's a lot more social here. A lot of times when you go to those 2-5 tables or a 5-10 table, it's very serious and there's not a lot of conversation going on most of the time.
Yeah, these Texas games are way friendlier, I would say.
So we had J-Stack in the chat.
Yeah,
Welcome,
that's right.
J-Stack.
J-Stack.
It's different after 7 and 10.
He is playing, I believe, August 22nd.
Yeah, should be a good one. Suddenly, I wish I was in town.
I thought you were.
I'm in Tulsa.
Hopefully for poker.
Yes, for
I know.
poker. Yeah, circuit event.
Raise the
But yeah, my plan is to be up there grinding tournaments and feeling the pain probably. That's usually the outcome when you play a tournament.
your food is
So then I thought,
got a fork and everything for you.
So right now there's a screen.
Jeff wondering what states we're all from. Hey, in the chat, let us know where you're watching from here.
William is saying nobody drinks gratuitously in Vegas. I think people drink a lot more in Vegas.
There's some
It
front
feels like it.
tables.
Yeah,
Front tables.
I say that it's social. It's not very social, but it's I do see people drinking a lot
Jay
more.
Stack with a $9.99 super chat. I hope you have aces. Sorry, Will, had to. Love you, buddy. Yeah, Jay Stack recalling an infamous hand, like the biggest cash game pot I've ever lost, where I'd put in a 4-bet and probably could have gone bigger with a 4-bet, but I put in a 4-bet and Jay Stack calls. He says, "I hope you have aces."
I was on that table.
And then the flop comes like King 10X, and Jay Stack ends up having King 10, and he stacks me.
He had 2 pair. Yeah, I was sitting. You were sitting in seat 10, I
Yeah.
believe, and I was in 9. That's when we had 10 seats
Yeah.
on the stream. It's amazing how poker players can remember every poker hand for years,
I hope you
but they
have
can't remember
aces.
their
Like,
anniversary.
That was the icing on the top. That was the icing on the top for that to happen.
Hopefully my wife's not listening.
Yeah, and then then I dug out of the hole because like we had an action player on the table and there were a lot of fun hands.
William, I'm sitting right here. You can't. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I am not an action player.
You know who I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah, somebody who offered to call off with 9 high if I would just show that I didn't have a pair, which I was too chicken to show that I didn't have a pair, which I didn't. But I also didn't mind just taking that 500 or whatever it was. Yeah, so there's we have a lot of fun hands over the years here on TCH Live.
I had aces once against a tournament against a stream with J Stack, and I limp in. He raised, and I did the old aces limp re-raise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have a shuttle on.
Let's see. Aaron Packux has a question. I hope I said your name right. Sorry if I butchered it. Only been watching for a couple of hours. Why do they play with 4 cards sometimes? So what we do in this game is every hour or so we will play Pot Limit Omaha, one hand of that. And in that game you get 4 cards. You have to play exactly 2 of them in Showdown. Whereas in Hold'em you get 2 cards. You can play 2 or 1 or 0. And it's a bomb pot, so everybody puts money in, we go straight to the flops. So it's just a thing we do to have a little bit more action, a little bit more variety here. And we saw king, queen flop, a spade draw here. And check through. Pair of 9s from Magic, the best hand. We're going to check through once more. And we're going to get the king
But
to
the
get
king
king, queen, the
there,
best
so-
hand.
Andrew, another incredibly active player, has been quiet thus far. He's been really card dead as well. But that usually doesn't stop him in the past.
Yeah, so that's going to be a fold from Jason. Andrew going to
All
win
right,
a
you're going to
pot.
see Andrew drag a pot. We have Shane in the. I know you made a comment earlier. I think Shane he commentated last week with me. He's saying that he remembers, he'll never forget this, my 7-5 of diamonds against him,
Yeah?
against his straight, yeah. I was able to get lucky
Okay.
and get the flush,
Gotta love the suckouts.
but I was suited,
Yeah.
William.
Yeah, hey, famous last words. It was suited.
I raised that pre-flop, so.
Okay, there you go. 7-5 suited. That's a fun one. Yeah, the other famous last words would be, I put you on ace-king.
That's an easy way to get out of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's very difficult when
That's what I should have said to J-Stack when that happened. I should have said, I put you on ace-king.
It's very difficult to put somebody on a very specific hand.
I would not recommend
ranges.
it.
Like,
I would not recommend trying to put them on a specific hand.
I hear that all the time. Oh, I can't beat your queens.
Yeah.
It's just, more accurate. I can't beat your overpair.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks for watching. You guys do see some new names in this chat. Hope you're enjoying. Be sure hit like, hit subscribe. You can find out every time TCH Live is on the air. We're on at least 5 times a week between the Dallas and Austin locations. And King 10-8, couple of spades.
Good luck, Ray, on your gamble.
To give Andrew a pair of 10s. And gut shot for Magic.
No, I don't play them all.
Jack of spades is going to spice things up a little bit. Jason now with the straight flush gut shot.
Yeah, like the
And
It's over 30K.
That looks pretty.
Magic and Jason both with 2 gut shots now. Or no, correction, just open-ender, rather.
yeah. No, I like
Andrew's 10s are going to shrivel up with that turn.
That is a little surprising Jason folded that.
35 for Magic. Jason folding the straight flush open-ender, which 9 high spades actually would have got there and been good.
Yeah, they got starting place, or place starting today, and they run all week. Day 2 on Sunday. No, well, they already did it. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
So a pair of 10s will be the best if it gets the showdown. But Magic is not going to Why don't get a free showdown? I'm gonna make him pay for it, and he chooses not to.
Oh, the heads up poker championship, whatever.
Button moves.
Yeah, very surprised that open-ended straight flush draw just hits the muck.
It almost makes you think there's something wrong with the reader.
Yeah.
Because I don't see anybody folding that.
Yeah, you've got 2 outs. To
I mean, just the fact that you say, I got a straight flush. But he likes to take the probably smarter variant road.
Yeah, that's like if you were blasted with the buddy.
So Shane is going to gamble it all. Good luck, Shane.
410, 8.
It's funny. I know him as Shenanigans.
No gamble, no future, right?
Raises 35.
Looks like Optimizes opened it up with the Queen 8 offsuit.
As the game goes on.
Hey,
Very
you gotta play hands
optimistic.
every now and then. There's a quota, right?
105, 5
Aaron going for the 3-bet with the King 2 suited.
It's getting spicy now.
Yeah, suddenly everyone's getting antsy.
Sometimes the system is slow, and depending on
We still have quite a bit of time, an hour and a half.
We're not even
plus-
at power hour yet.
I know, and they're already like
Still, they don't care what you have.
3 and 4 betting with
Hey, he did have the best hands.
He's
gonna show a
technically- you're
deuce.
absolutely
He
right.
showed a deuce.
he's the only
gets the
deuce that
pot.
would be viable is ace deuce suited.
This is a value bluff. This is a value bluff.
and we've been noticing that also on the tournament.
It's like this table's reverse of what I thought it was going to be. The action players, or the players that play a lot of hands, are not really playing a lot of hands.
Yeah.
And the players who I didn't really know a lot about are really choosing to kind of splash around with any 2 cards. I really like Aaron splashing around there every now and then with a marginal holding.
Mitchell says he's got to rebuild. He hasn't won a roll in a month, like the gamble roll. I'll tell you what, if you want to rebuild your points quickly and you want to support the show, you could send us a super chat and you get points.
That's true. J Stack says seems standard raise with King deuce suited. Well, it was a 3-bet.
And that was a re-raise, and that was
Yeah.
that was cut off.
And Shane's stating that it is GTO because I think Aaron is known as a GTO player, but he's also very exploitive as well.
I don't recall the chart well enough to know whether King
Your
Deuce suited is
pre-flop
actually a
ranges.
re-raise, and that's actually a re-raise from the cutoff versus hijack.
I'm trying to remember my pre-flop strategy and raise by position.
Ace 10-8 is gonna miss everybody here. Andrew's 9s are still best.
I think Andrew knows an ace would have bet that flop, but maybe not a 10.
Brick turn after flop goes check check.
So Shane, you're saying your points you can't gamble your points?
10 of spades on the river is going to pair the 10.
Terry might
Check,
think his
check.
king high is good here. A lot of times it is.
Not no pair, pretty much. 9s will do it though. Yeah. Shane, have you maybe gambled within the last hour, or maybe check your points? Exclamation mark points. There also might be some setting you have to set for remember your points. I don't know.
And for that game for August 22nd, we're all wearing sports jerseys.
Sports jerseys, okay. Funny you should mention sports jerseys. I was actually just recently looking into getting a Russell Wilson Denver Broncos jersey.
That's right, you're a Bronco
And,
fan.
They
You're
did
so
not have any
lucky.
of my size.
You're lucky. You get Russell Wilson.
Yeah, like once again, a Hall of Famer just falls into our laps.
Shane has only 2 TCH live points. Well, I don't think you can gamble until you get 10.
Yeah, you
so.
need 10, minimum 10.
Can I get a Phil live stream, please?
You can't gamble
This
too.
is much like Vegas. There's no low limit tables anymore. $25 blackjack. That's the minimum.
There's because I enjoy playing craps and I can't find a $10 crap table.
Yeah. $35 raise from Aaron with the ace-9 suited. Magic bumping it up with the sevens. Jason just flatting from the small blind with the ace-queen offsuit. That's one where I probably go for the 4-bet.
Yeah, I agree. Probably a 4-bet here, but he
Now
is
you're gonna
first
take
to
it-
act. So
You're going to take it 4 ways out of position. That's exactly why I'm 4-betting.
then just fold.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, just fold your ace-queen.
I think call might be the worst choice here. And as I say that, he flaps top pair, top kicker, because that's how poker works. And that
Terry
is-
has a gut shot and a backdoor flush. Aaron has the same, has a flush as well, but
he's
a better
got
one.
backdoors.
And Magic is in lots of trouble at this
Check
point.
the
Oh!
and now Magic with a set of sevens, getting himself out of trouble.
Wow, nice turn. Now, let's see how I would hopefully he would check this.
Well, I think Jason's going to bet now. Like he checked the
Yeah.
razor. I think he was going to check raise that flop. That was probably his plan.
Probably looking
That
around
plan
200,
fell through. And
225. I can't see that.
he's going to say, this is a safe turn. And
It should be a
I'm
safe
there,
turn.
And he makes it 250 is the number. And Terry.
I think Terry's going
Yeah.
to raise him, but he should call. I would still
Terry's
like to
gonna
call.
fold there.
I'm not
As
Terry.
for
I'm sorry,
Aaron.
Magic. Apologize.
Yeah, Magic.
Nice
Okay,
call.
Magic's going to call.
I like that
give
play.
Jason every chance to
Another
bet the river.
queen would be or
Because
ace.
if Jason bets river, you can shove for his effective stack, and you can potentially get it all.
A club would not be good for either player. It would probably be good for Jason.
It might be bad for Jason because Jason could put him on a missed draw that's bluffing. Oh, no, wait.
No, I'm saying if a
Magic
club
has a better
wasn't,
hand.
yeah.
I'm an idiot. I forgot everything. I forgot who has what hands. Like, this could be bad for Jason because
Jason,
Magic.
yeah.
When Magic shoves river now, Jason could say, "You missed your draw. I call," and he'd be wrong.
He's probably thinking I'm going to have a value bet here. Half pot, something like that. Probably less than half pot, and then it's going to be a jam, like you said, from Magic. I'll let you tell me how much that is because I cannot see it. I would think around
550, I
400.
believe.
550.
So he leaves himself 940 behind if the count is right on the graphics.
I like the fact that Magic is taking his time here.
Yeah. Don't snap it in. This is a shove 100% from
Yeah.
Magic. All the drawers missed, and there's basically no way you're behind here, and he
And
puts one chip in.
The stack to pot
This isn't all
ratio.
in.
The stack to pot ratio for Jason is less than 1. So if those graphs are correct,
Yeah, so
940.
this is 940 into a pot that's going to be about $4,000. So he doesn't have to be right that often is the thing. Like he's getting odds. Like if Magic is ever bluffing here, he has to call, and he does, and he's going to see the set of sevens, and Jason will get stacked here. Jason not going to flip any cards over. He's just going to put his cards in the muck. And he's going to ship that pot over. We'll see if he decides to reload or not. Kicker Problem says Oyo has $5 blackjack. Oyo sounds like some sort of product you hear advertised on daytime TV.
I've never been in there. I haven't been in there when it was the Hooters.
I don't know what it is.
It used to be the old Hooters casino,
Okay, don't know what
right
that is
across the
either.
street from MGM.
Across the street from MGM, where I played a bunch of tournaments. But I somehow
You're right there,
didn't look over that way.
right next to the Tropicana.
Okay.
All right, how much would you like to come in for, sir?
I've never been in there though.
2,500?
I feel like there's like a commercial jingle like, Oyo!
Although $5, did they say $5?
$5 blackjack according
I might
to
go. I might go.
Kicker Problems.
I didn't think that was still a thing.
We do have
There
Maybe
is
that's a good place.
there is a place that I go to play craps for $5. It's Ellis Island.
Okay.
Have you been there? It's kind of in the backside.
Somebody recommended it.
Yeah.
I never made it over there.
First off, it's cheap to play, and second off, they have great food. It's a dump.
That's what I heard. I heard that the food was good there. There's a lot of places where I just never made it because the foot sort of hindered some things.
It's not in a great neighborhood. You have to walk 2
That
blocks,
too, yeah, that's not happening.
2 blocks behind Bally's, or 1 block.
I'd probably get scooter jacked.
Yeah, it's not, but they have $15 prime rib, so
I did the whole thing on a rental scooter, the whole series.
that's why you take Uber there.
Yeah.
I once rented a scooter in Vegas.
That's what I did.
Yeah, they deliver to your room, right?
So the first 2 weeks I was staying at Bally's, I rented through them, and that was overpriced. And also it was like a bulky scooter. It's like when I shipped it to my Airbnb, I had rented from a company off-site. Like they would deliver to your room. Like I just went and picked it up from them though, to be sure of like the pickup and drop-off times. And I got they got scooters that break into like 5 pieces and they fit in the trunk of your car. So so I had no problem as far as deciding to go wherever I wanted on a particular day. And so yeah, I gained some scooter experience for sure.
I am starting to get impressed with Magic's play. He's really ramped up the aggression. He's not limping in. I think the first part of the stream he was a little tentative, but
Yeah,
now
feel
he's.
out the table a little bit.
He
but,
played last week. I remember him playing last week.
Like aggressive poker is usually going to be the better route. JStack wondering what happened to the chat pros. We're just all degenerate gamblers. Hey, we still got some chat pros in here.
This wall ain't gonna build itself, man. Andrew needs to win some more green chips.
Alright.
They encroach on my territory.
Alright, actions on 6, 40 to play, 6 folds, 11 folds,
No dirty diaper.
8 folds.
All right, we got the triple straddle on here. 2, 5, 10, 20, 40. We're not even at power hour yet. David makes it 150 with an 8 and a mystery card.
So David and Magic have seemed to have played. Let's take a look at both of them. I'll wait till this is over.
Yeah.
But they've seemed to have played a lot more hands and more active than some of these other players.
And so Magic's played almost half the hands. David's played 40% of the hands. And this 150 raise from David has an excellent chance of getting through, except Andrew's going to defend his triple straddle with the 9-4 of diamonds.
Well, he's already got $20 in there. So.
And 40 actually.
40. Oh, he
Here's the
tripled that.
first
You're right.
straddle. And he makes a pair of 4s and a backdoor diamond draw. And we don't know what David has.
9, that's 125.
He has a hand that he's going to c-bet with, to the tune of 125. I don't think Andrew went this far to fold a pair. And the 10 is going to pair on the turn.
5 checks, 9 checks.
Might hurt David's credibility slightly. Check, check. 5 of clubs on the river. Front door clubs do come in.
5 checks. 1 check.
Still don't know what David has. We go check, check.
Alright, showdown. We got
And David's other card
tens of fours,
appears
the
to be a
9
4.
showing.
The nut? Was that the nut?
Tens of fours,
But
the 9 is
9-4 will beat 8-4. The kicker will play 10s and 4s with a 9. Is going to have David pipped.
5, button goes to 1.
That was a fun hand.
That was. So we saw the V pips for ourselves. Now we're gonna share the V pips with you guys.
Great way for that hand.
So there are those V pip numbers, freshly up to date now. You can see Jay Wynn is holding the line at 15%. Andrew just above there. Optimize has played about a quarter of the hands, which is tight for this lineup. And we got guys who are just blasting off.
It's like flip flop.
Yeah.
What I thought.
I didn't think Aaron would be the one playing a third of the hands. But, sometimes they give you cards where you can be a little bit more active.
Very small sample size, right? We've only been playing for a little over 2 hours, so
56
for 3
hands,
hours.
yeah.
Alright, action is going to be on
I don't think we're going to reach our 100-hand goal. I've only reached that once in his live stream. So we haven't really played a ton of hands. We're on pace to do 80 hands, something like that.
Well, sometimes you get these big pots and you got side pots, you got to count stuff. And
I have noticed we've had a lot more multi-way.
that's the other thing.
Hands?
Like, these
Yeah.
hands take longer. This was a conversation last week. had a conversation with one of the players here, and like what I said was, well, how many times did we have a hand just not get to the flop? Twice, 3 times maybe. Like a lot of hands. Usually when you play poker, a lot of hands don't get to the flop. Not here in Texas.
No,
And so
yeah.
it's going to take longer. You're going to have more streets.
And
you're
there's
gonna have more
never
everything.
there's never a walk. I don't care what
No.
hands are there. There's never
Yeah.
a walk.
We have a gut shot for Jason,
And
we
David.
have a pair and a gut shot for Andrew, and we have David with at least a gut shot, and makes it $75.
Everybody's got something. Everybody's vested in this.
Something for everyone. Jason is on the lighter side.
I like David's hand just because I don't know what his other card is.
He is going to call though. 2 overs and a somewhat raggedy gut shot.
He did lead out, so
You don't want the spade. The
you
7's
don't
going to
want the
pair.
7.
Tell you who's going to love that. Andrew's going to love that.
Oh, I forgot about that. Andrew's,
'Cause
yes. But he's got to be aggressive with this, I think, because of the draws that are out there.
Andrew going to check. Maybe going to check raise here. We'll see.
Although someone could have a made hand here already.
David makes it 150.
The good thing about Andrew's hand is he blocks the straight a little bit.
He is going to call. Jason going to get out of there now. Getting a little bit hairier now.
Yeah, especially multi-weight like we talked about earlier.
Like that 9 could just complete a boat.
And it does.
We don't know what David's kicker is. That 5 does not improve anything that would beat Andrew.
Five goes all in.
Problem for Andrew is he's going to have a hard time getting a 3rd street. He's just going to shove for David's effective 290, and David has it. He's got the 10-9, and so he's got the straight.
10 of clubs.
David will get the double up through Andrew.
All right, so it's going to be 2.
So there we go. David just flopped the nuts and held on. And he got the full double because his opponent caught a card that could pay him. Like Andrew can't fold trips there, especially on that river.
No, you can't. I mean, if the
You're losing to
spades
almost nothing.
also came in, yeah, you could
the
fold
spades
that. but-
missed.
Yeah, so he's going to call that. Just unfortunate. But, David was ahead the whole way, so.
He was.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We got a straddle on 5 for $10.
Let us know where you're watching from tonight. I may have said that already and forgotten, but if we haven't done this exercise, let's do that.
I think I'm probably the closest one to the club. 2.5 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably like 15, 20 miles away. Hey, it's Texas. Like everything's 20 minutes away. All right, you got to drive 20 minutes anywhere.
I know this is probably not a popular, or people would disagree with me, but the traffic here is so much better than California.
I believe that. I haven't really spent any time there, but
I always say 2 things. I say the traffic, and it's a lot cheaper here.
it's better than
housing.
Seattle on both counts. I'll tell you that.
One raises to 1.
I lived in Redmond for a time. So.
Yeah, over on
Bellevue.
the east side. Yeah. Those of you unfamiliar with the Seattle-Tacoma metropolitan area,
It's like one highway.
that's like the other side of Lake Washington. There's Bellevue, and there's Redmond, and there's Kirkland.
You might as well live in another country.
Yeah, and there's 2 bridges that cross the lake, and one of them has an island in the middle that's full of rich people, Mercer Island, and then then it's just like I-5, like between Seattle, Tacoma, up to up or down to Vancouver, depending on which Vancouver. There's 2 Vancouvers. There's the one in Canada. There's the one near Oregon.
Been to the one in Oregon, not the one in Canada.
I have been to the one in Canada. I've driven through the one in Oregon. The one near Oregon.
I lived in Portland for a spell.
Yeah, I've only been to the racetrack in Portland. I have to go to Portland next month for my day job, so I guess I'm going to be.
I love the weather. I mean, I like it when it's colder.
Yeah.
And it's it doesn't rain as much as people say it does. At least in the summertime.
Yeah, in Seattle, summers are beautiful, and It usually doesn't rain all day on days that it rains. Here we have a pair of sixes for David and a small over pair for Jason.
With
And Terry's hanging
some-
around with 2 overs for some.
With some backdoor opportunities for David. Let's see if David's feeling spicy, and he is. He's leading out for 75.
Jason's
might be
gonna
a
go
little
ahead
tilt.
and raise here to protect that over pair.
I like the raise. You're exactly right. He's got to protect it. He can't have David hit a card here. But David does have top pair, right?
Yeah. And he does have top pair. He does have backdoors.
Is it part of like your
Might be too soon to go away.
He makes it pretty big, though, 350.
And you wonder what Terry called with. That's the
I mean, this is really for David. This is committing his whole stack, right? Because he's
yeah.
This is going to be a stack to pot
The next
ratio.
bet's going to be all in.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-to-1 stack
And
pot
Terry's
ratio.
about the same stack-wise as David is.
Yeah, it's either go all in or fold here.
And David is going to make the fold, and I assume Terry's going to
Yeah, Terry's just going to follow right behind.
Okay. So if you do it right, then you can really maintain that line.
Like, you have nothing now. You're beating 8-7.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
That's what you're beating. You're beating 8-7.
Mine's gone down 10% with 20,000 miles.
He's going to think about it.
But I don't follow any practice.
And he's gonna fold.
It goes down all the way. I supercharge it all the time. But I
Kicker
don't have
Problems
a
watching from Bozeman, Montana.
I've always wanted to go to Montana. I've never been to any of those states up there.
I've driven through Montana.
You're what?
I've driven through
Oh,
Montana.
yeah, I thought you said you're from Montana.
No, I'm from New York. Yeah, I even spent a night in Montana while driving across the country.
Yeah, I think my wife and I were talking about going up there to go camping next summer.
That would be a place
Or
to
South
camp.
Dakota.
Yeah, I've seen Mount Rushmore. That's in South Dakota.
I have not seen it. Big history buff, so that would be a bucket list for me. So
Like I was driving across the country and like randomly like they had a thing there with like one of the people who had helped carve the mountain.
really,
Like I had gotten to shake hands with somebody who had gotten to carve the mountain. That was about 10 years ago.
didn't they dynamite part of that and then carved
Yeah,
it?
yeah. There was
that's
like carving. There
crazy.
was dynamite, and yeah, that was something. Like that was like that's like quite the monument. That's quite the feat of engineering to be able to sculpt rock like that.
Okay, let's see, back to the action here. Aaron's going to raise with his suited Broadway, as he most likely should. I think Tillman calls it, yeah.
6 calls.
And then with Tillman calling, Terry might think there's enough money in the pot to kind of fight for it. Although I believe, well, he is in the hijack position, so. Yeah, and Optimize will probably call this no, he doesn't. He's on the button. He likes to go ahead and lay that down. So now we're 2 to the flop here.
And 6-5 offsuit probably should have just been out of there to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was thinking he was going to call since he elected to call that. 6-5 offsuit would have flopped a pair. I can't remember what.
I don't think that would have been good.
No. But let's see what Tillman has. I can't remember. He has 8-5, so he's definitely ahead now with lots of back doors as well. And Aaron knows that when Tillman's betting out here, he has a piece of this board, and he's hoping to catch up with he does have a backdoor draws as
And he's
well.
got overs. And the 8 of spades will be a great card for Tillman. Though I don't think Aaron's going to go any further here.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where you just kind of give up on this here.
And that will be a fold. Amon's saying that the only social games in Vegas are the mixed games. Yeah, it definitely feels that way, playing in Vegas. Like there's a lot of people there just trying to grind out their living in Vegas. The mixed games are definitely a slightly more fun crowd, I think.
I think the most boring game I ever played was a 5-10 at Bellagio.
Yeah.
$1,500. It's a cap at $1,500, which is like less than a 2-5 here.
Yeah.
And it was just nobody would say a word or get off their headphones or.
And yeah, everyone's just trying to.
I was
grind
like,
out
wow,
their living.
I'm gonna go play 1-2 or 1-3.
Like even the mixed tournaments, like the players were a bit more fun there. Also, sometimes a few people who are grumpier. Like mixed games, like usually it's a fun group. Sometimes, like especially if you're playing, say, 7-card study, you just get like a bunch of grumpy old men. Like the
Well, that's because a lot of people don't play stud or even know how.
yeah, like
really.
that's the other thing I was gonna say. Like I mean, there are a lot of times that I could show up to a limit table and I could have 30 years on the next player. And I'm in my mid-30s myself, so I mean,
Well, there, you have I have 20 years on you.
yeah, fair enough. It's like I mean, I played the stud mega, like the 1100 mega for the stud. It was literally just a bunch of grumpy old guys who were finding things to complain about. Andrew not complaining about this flop where he's got the club draw.
The board is paired though. Let's see.
It's a pair.
Yeah,
of
he's gonna
deuces.
he's gonna
It's a pair
lay.
of deuces. Andrew going to check all the c-bet, and Aaron going to pick up top pair now, which will make him feel better.
But
Andrew also going to feel better.
now with the combo draw, he's not going anywhere. Andrew really did need that 9 as he was ahead already. But
Aaron goes for the 150.
5 raises. 505. 505.
so I think that was a check raise, or that was a raise.
That does appear to be a
Yep.
raise. Looks like 505.
I mean, I like the bet, right? I mean,
One pink, one red.
I couldn't tell what color it was. I could just tell the way Aaron was staring at him. And
Aaron obliging with one pink, one red. Pink is 500.
I think
red
Aaron's
is
very
5,
familiar with Andrew's game, and here he gets it.
And Andrew gets there with the straight to the 10.
This will be a check bet. I wonder if Andrew's going to go value or kind of go over pot. He hasn't played a lot of hands, so he may like to go for a bigger sizing here.
A little over 1,100 in the middle right now. Andrew with about 1.8 to play with, if the graphics are right. He's going to break up this wonderful chip sculpture here in assembling his bet.
The good thing for Andrew in this spot is the flush is missed, so he can
Yes,
rep
and
that.
Andrew can and Aaron can say, well, some of the draws missed, some of them hit. I hope you don't have the one that hit.
Well, I think the flush draw was the obvious draw.
Yeah.
Maybe Aaron's kind of working that through.
He's going to feel slightly annoyed that it was an over. Like he'd feel better about a 5 than a 10 probably, because a 10 could just have a club draw that randomly made top pair.
Yeah, some 10-7 of clubs type hand.
Andrew basically going for pot here, going for 1K.
That's good size. That's a good size. That's really saying I missed the flush, or I've got the nut here. He's got second nuts.
He's got the effective nut hand.
Yeah, he definitely, yeah.
Like, we're not really worried about boats here.
You can do one small pot after this, and then we're in the final hour. It's 8:47.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Aaron in a tough spot for sure.
Well, it's not an easy fold. It really isn't.
It's not an easy anything here.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a big bet right there. So, I mean, I don't know how we got here to a $2,200 pot with 7, 6, 9, 6.
Well, they were suited.
But here we go. That's
And you know what? It was button versus small blinds. So like this is like not out of left field. Like this was a fine open from Aaron. This was a fine defense from Andrew. And then we got a board where we could make some stuff happen.
Dirty diaper.
Aaron's trying to extract some info, but Andrew is stone face at the moment.
And Andrew has not played a lot of hands tonight either.
Aaron might be leaning over a call. I mean, Aaron does have an advantage. I keep calling Aaron does have an advantage because he watches Andrew play on a lot of streams, and he's commentated on him in the bigger 5-10 game. Nice
Aaron is
fold.
gonna find the fold.
It just wasn't worth it. He's got $500 invested to lose another 1,000. Probably wasn't.
Show one, show all, sir. Show one, show all.
Show him the 6 of clubs.
Oh, but nobody answers. I thought you guys were
I think he's asking you, Nick, you want to see one card or you want to see them both?
Add the straight.
That's fine. It's good example.
There's no point in that because you'll be able to find out in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
The rest of the table with me. Whatever you do, just do it quick so we can get to the next hand.
I literally described this hand like 10 minutes ago.
All right. $10, guys.
I'm really a fan of really thinking about your hands and stuff like that.
Does anybody want to do it?
There are some spots where you
So-
got to think about it.
Yeah.
And then there are people who just tank for the sake of tanking. I think we've got a bomb pod coming here. $10.
We haven't seen a super destructive ball pot yet for the max
You
pay.
know what my dream would be? To put together a special bomb pod stream one night.
That's
Just an
dangerous.
all bomb pod game. We do spread bomb pod only games if there's sufficient interest.
We spread out a lot of games. You just got to ask and get enough people to
Yeah,
play.
we'll do whatever the hell we want here in Texas as long as we don't take a rake.
Well, if you get that bomb pot
one.
one up, let me know. There you go.
Kristen says that if we could make a lineup, we could make this.
I don't think making a lineup is very hard. We could do that in 15 minutes with a few texts. That's the easy part. That's the easy part.
Okay, King 5-5 with spades. Ace 4-3, rainbow. Maybe some scoopability here. Maybe somebody's got a 5 and a wheel card. This could get interesting. We see Tillman with the second nut spade draw, or the second spade
Which I
draw,
am not a
the
fan
nuts.
of.
Queen 993 Magic has basically nothing.
So
Jason
David
has a
does
king.
bet his 5.
4. David's got a 5.
He has a
and he's
gut
got
shot.
mediocre 5, and he's got a gut shot. Terry's got the other 5. It's a better 5, but nothing going on the bottom.
Aaron with 2 pair.
Bottom 2 there.
So
Just gets out of there. Ace, Jack, 6, deuce. Rainbow is pair and a gut shot for Andrew, but all the 5s are spoken for. And he's got nothing on the top. Tillman gets out of there with his spades. Over to Jason, who I think calls, presumably. The graphic disappeared too fast, but I think he calls. There's a 6 of clubs, and there's an 8 of clubs. So,
David now has a flush draw to go along with his.
yeah, the emergency club draw.
So he's
And
got.
then,
He needs a 2 or a 6 to get a straight as well. So he's got a lot
yeah,
of
he
options.
now has 2 gut shots. I think that was a bet and a call. Get an ace, and we get
The 6 gets
6 of
there.
spades. So that would be a straight for David, the nut straight for David on the bottom. And then Terry has the better 5 for the top. He's got trip 5s with a queen.
So David's got some.
David has the nut straight on the bottom.
He's feeling comfortable leading out here because he does have something on the top as well.
And there's only 1 5 left. So a little bit harder for Terry to have a scooping hand.
This is a tough call for Terry. Terry only has trips and
And he
a
has
pair on the bottom.
The good news for Terry is, like with the trip 5s with the queen, an ace and a king are out there, and you were already losing to those anyway.
Yeah.
Like, whereas, like, if there were cards below a queen, like these are things that could have randomly spiked a boat on you. But you are still calling for just the half the pot. He has nothing on the bottom. He has a pair of 8s on the bottom, which is essentially nothing. So you're calling for half. And this is an ugly spot in split pot games. This is where usually you just fold and let David have it. Like you could have even, like you could have made an argument for getting out earlier. unless you thought it was going to be multi-way. Like if we're multi-way, then we print money when we have a monster on half the pot.
He was looking to have a friend with that 5,
Yeah, we have a bluff catcher now.
which almost never happens in bomb pots.
And then you're no good anyway when you do get there. He's going to run through what hands are scooping him, how often we think we're getting here like this, and he's going to just fold.
I think that's the right fold, even though we can see the hands.
Like you're gonna, like your ceiling is half the pot. Like I have a tougher decision, I think, if I'm sitting there with like a
2 pair or better.
Like if I have like exactly. If I have like an 8-4, or I have 2 pair on the other side, that can be good occasionally.
See if David elects to straddle here.
And
It doesn't
it's
look
also like
he
the
is.
thing about having the 5, like you have the trips, you are also blocking the straights on the other side.
Yeah,
And so like if I have the 2 pair and I have a 5, I think I call.
I would
do
call
block-
too, right?
Because
'Cause
I
you-
do block the straights. Not that blockers, you see what blockers get you around here, right?
Actions on 9.
These bomb pots.
1 raised 40, 2 fold.
So Terry's going to raise the straddle of Jason. I'm sorry, it wasn't David. It was Jason with the straddle. Jason's definitely Jason. Oh, Optimize is going to re-raise this. So this might be just a call for Jason. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes ahead and lays this down.
With the raise and the 3 bet.
Yeah, I just the
King
King
of
Jack does
diamonds.
not play well.
Yeah, King Jack of diamonds. We know somebody who loves that hand.
Who is that? All right,
Tillman just calling with the Ace King.
that's a. I rarely say mistake, but that's a tough one, right? Because now you're inviting everybody else in, so you're going to go 4-way.
And now Terry,
somebody
whatever
jammed.
he's got, he's going to stick it in.
So Terry jams here.
And now Optimize in an interesting spot here.
This is actually good for Tillman, right?
Yeah, this is
now
going
it-
to be music to Tillman's ears if he just follows.
Yeah, and
through.
now he can open up the action if he wants to, if somebody else just calls. But at this point, that's nobody's folding to another raise with that much money in the pot already.
Like Ace
I wonder
Queen
if Optimize will just shove here.
Ace Queen suited, like if I continue, I shove. He does not continue here, thinking he could be dominated. Which he is dominated, he just doesn't
It's
realize
the wrong
who's
person. It's
dominating
not.
him.
I mean, we don't
It's,
know what Terry has here. He could have. We could probably take aces and
It's
kings out of
probably
the
not Terry
equation.
that we're afraid of here. It's going to be Tillman. I think we're going to get the count right on the graphics. I believe Tillman has hit the call button. Jason got out of there with the King Jack of diamonds.
We still don't see what Terry has.
I think it's 6s. I see a 6. I assume the graphic is covering another 6.
5, 6, 6s.
6. We are flipping here. Can the 6s hold?
A lot of Tillman's outs have already been folded. Aces and kings.
Hey, don't be that guy.
Oh, well, he didn't hear me.
Hey, he's not at the table. I folded an ace, man.
I think Optimize said that to him.
And I'm like, you.
Can I take 10 minutes of spades first?
All right.
So it's a big pot, really a 3K
Run out.
pot right now.
We got the 6s. We got the ace.
I see a king.
There's a king.
And a
Right
6.
there with a 6. A 6. Terry with the set. Tillman drawing basically dead. The deuce is going to seal it. An irrelevant 9 on the river. Run it once. Max Payne. 6s. We'll get there. The suck resuck. Live by the flip, die by the flip, as we say in tournament lands.
I'm just curious what would happen if Tillman would have raised. Would Terry be in the hand?
If Tillman puts in the re-raise, I think
Yes.
the 6s just get out of there.
That's why. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Terry had a lot of fold equity there from the other players, right? He has 7x optimized his bet there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But
that's a
Optimizer
very-
won that. There was a flush.
That's a results oriented. Yes, the spades came in, but the what I was thinking was that if Playing the sixes that way is like actually kind of adventurous to just stick it in like that. Like you could just play it as a set mine, and then you probably stack Tillman anyway because like you both get there and
You stack
maybe
Tillman,
optimize.
but then if you
the next
don't
thing out of the
raise,
spade draw.
Optimize wins the hand because Optimize does not go anywhere on the flop with enough flush draw.
Money's going to pile in.
Yeah, so Optimize wins that.
Yeah.
So in the end, it was a good play by Terry. I just can't help
So,
wonder if Tillman makes that big three bet.
So
four bet.
there was somebody who'd played like those small tournaments around town for a long time who was a big fan of the King Jack of Diamonds. Like even made it onto our old Sunday stream a couple of times and would give this speech about the King Jack of Diamonds. And that's a thing around here.
Oh,
King
I'm
Jack
missing
of
it.
Diamonds.
Yeah, I played on the Sunday stream a
Yeah.
few times.
I think she's moved out of town now.
Oh,
But,
still.
8 raises to 300.
But hey, we've got our memes on this show, and that's one of them. Got some Ace Jack versus Ace Queen action here. We're going to go heads up to this flop. And we get King 4-3, couple of hearts. So both players with the backdoor possibilities. Jason dominating Andrew right now.
8 makes it 225.
225 from Jason.
And 5 calls. 275.
Andrew undeterred. Thinking Jason's light, but he's not that light. He's slightly less light than you are. And deuce of spades will give both players a wheel draw.
8 checks.
Not how you start, it's how you
5 checks.
And in case Jason wasn't already good, he's going to feel better about that queen on the river. Hearts get there, but when action goes like this, you're probably good. Jason checks it over to Andrew.
5 bets, 1,000.
Can beat a bluff. And bluff he will. Andrew going full pot, making it $1,000. Saying, I got hearts, buddy. Jason's saying, you got butkus, buddy.
Showdown.
What's in the call?
8
And
shows.
is rewarded for that choice in the form of 2 additional pink chips.
Button moves to 7.
JoJo will ship the pot his way.
1,000. Alright, 5.
Get rewarded in the form of a tip. We got great staff here. Take care of them.
7. Launch drivers 10. Alright, launch drivers 50.
So, NFL Hall of Fame game happens on Thursday. We're going to actually have football. Any predictions you want to share? People in the chat? As a Bronco fan, I've got a question. Who do you think finishes last in the AFC West? I think it's going to be Vegas. Derek Carr is not terrible, but he's the worst of the 4 quarterbacks in that division. And
Raises to 150.
yeah, and I've got some money down on the Broncos going places this year.
Sorry, you're missing out on fun here.
Magic with some aces and a $50 multiple straddle pot. This is a great time to get aces. And Terry going to defend that $50 straddle. That was just one straddle for 50 bucks, actually. And to the flop we go. 9, 4, 3, rainbow. Terry has none of that. Magic has aces.
So actually, one checks. 7, that's 200.
200 from Magic. This probably finishes the hands. Except Terry calls with king high and a dream. And that dream will be dashed from the 3 pairs on the turn. Magic, all in for just under 1,200 effective. Terry is the shortest stack here. This is about choice the size of the pot. I don't think Terry is going to be a calling station here with king high. Does make the fold. Magic was surely hoping to see a 9 there.
Looks like I missed pocket aces.
Yep, pocket aces for Magic. Won himself a little pot there and a $50 straddle pot. As we're into Power Hour here on TCH Live. At last hour, you know, the chips start to fly a little bit more. The straddles start to come on. People looking to get unstuck as we look at these earnings at this point in the show. Ron and Magic, the big winners right now. Optimize also a winner. Everyone else looking to get out of the hole before the show ends. But the game does continue if the players want to keep playing. That's the good news.
It typically turns into that 5-5 game.
Yeah,
So-
the game usually escalates after the stream for sure. Of course, last week there was one player who just ran like God and basically killed the game. Like you saw somebody run like God the back half of the stream last week. It kept going like that after the show. Magic is a believer in the 9 triz, and he shows the 9 triz, takes it down, raise and take it.
No, you want good cards? Is that what you want?
I don't need good cards.
Try to get you good flop though.
That's what I need. I don't need it. It'll come in waves.
Yeah. Alright. 3 is travel 10. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Alright, 10 to play, actually 4. 4 fold.
Is there a mic above them? Right?
Huh?
5 is 35, 6 folds.
Yeah, all of you in the chat, like whatever's getting said at the table, you know a lot better than us because our headphones have nothing in them at all. Like sometimes there's a little bit, sometimes there's 2 different feeds, and sometimes there's nothing at all, and that's the case tonight.
We have 3 players.
Any fans of Walking Dead?
I used to watch it a long time ago, back when it was like season, you know, like 1 through 5.
You see Jack 9 and a 7, so Magic will have a gut shot here.
And to also have a straight flush gut shot.
Oh, that's true, yeah. We don't know what Terry has.
I've been like watching them after the fact, so you know, just like download them or get them off HBO or whatever, and then when it was time to like watch them live.
So now we have the board pairing, and Terry's going to rep that 9. Good call from Magic. Well, he's going to get there with the flush.
Magic makes the flush.
Okay.
And we go check, check.
I think that's good.
8 clubs.
See which way the pot gets pushed.
Alright. 12. Pots award to 7.
Yep, that's good.
Button moves to 1. Sure.
Yes, it's not. I had the season, when you left off, I can't remember. I think this is
Yeah, Ragnar, maybe whatever airline you're flying wherever on, maybe they've got a friendly change policy a lot of airlines have in the last couple of years. And
You can get credit for
whatever,
that. Yeah.
whatever's going on where you might want to stay in town instead with Tesla or whatever that is. Oh, you're trying to get a job there or through a staffing agency or something. Good luck with that if that's the case. Actually, Tesla put solar panels on my roof.
Oh, their energy department.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the Tesla roof. I got the Tesla batteries.
All right, we got a straddle.
And
Next is the car.
5 straddles,
no.
20.
Not doing that. I'm not buying the car.
Hold on.
She's mentioned she's on Delta, but I think that's the only airline we fly now.
1 and 9.
Yeah.
I love Delta.
I tend to be on American because at least at one point in time, they went to some small East Coast airports that I wanted to go to.
6 folds.
And now they blame the pilot shortage and don't go to all of those airports these days. But
I've heard
miles are
that.
there.
Well, we stay with one airline just because of points. My wife flies so much; it's almost always free.
Yeah, you got to rack up that status.
Yeah, so.
Same thing.
But
over
American
here.
has the best, not to sound like a snob, but has the best first class with those lie flats.
Yeah, I guess
Yes.
if you're on the fancy long haul flights, that's a thing.
All right, 3 players. Action's gonna be 5.
Well, good luck with whatever your situation is. We know about one hand, and it's an 8-3 offsuit that has a pair.
5 bets flat. 5 bets flat.
I'm going to take the under on it being good, though, with the ace and the jack out there.
Yeah, there was pre-flop action, right? So that's gonna really flop the other player's range here a little bit. And
I think our graphics are slightly behind here.
well, that ace might give Andrew some comfort a little bit. He's definitely going to continue betting here.
5 is going to bet 225, 225. 9 calls.
Well, when David calls in this spot,
And Terry folds whatever he had.
Going to the river.
Yeah, I'm not liking the bottom pair no kicker.
Action on 5.
feels like David has a jack or an ace here.
Seems that way.
Now it feels like he has an ace.
He bets when he's checked to. This feels like he has something. And Andrew is wondering why he defended his straddle with that hand, which, you
9,
know,
but moves to 2.
it's not a good hand.
Yeah, but for Andrew, a lot of times that works. His aggression does work for him. So
You don't always have to defend your blinds, guys. You don't always have to defend your straddle.
C5, just
Some hands are just indefensible. Like 8-3 offsuit.
I never look at it. I'm probably one of the worst players at defending any of my straddles or blinds. I typically don't look at it as I'm defending it. I have no problem folding.
It's like I have better pot odds. I have a little bit of money out there. It's not, well, I have to defend this $10. It's,
Yeah.
okay, I'm getting slightly better pot odds.
And a lot of times if you're defending, you're first to act, which is never good.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're going to be out of position. What's even worse is, like, in tournaments, I'll see people, like, they were the big blinds, so they had the big blinds, and they had to post the big blinds ante. Well, I have to defend my ante as well.
6.
No, you don't. You paid the ante up front for
So
everybody.
someo's going to 4x you.
It's going to be the 10 of diamonds.
Andrew,
So
not
it's
a
gonna-
believer in the 9 triz. Not Andrew. Whoever said 6 is. Tillman. Not a believer in the 9 triz. Just had to throw that in there.
Yeah, well,
Hey, I can't let that one get past.
he's a little tighter in his ranges.
Can't let that get past. Anyway, no, the way it works is instead of posting an ante every hand, you're posting the ante like once per round, and that's dead money. That's not a blind. That's not a light bet. You're not defending it. That's wrong thinking, but hey, a lot of people think wrong.
Well, you're not going to defend something that's 5x your bet. You're
That's it.
blind, so you're going to lose 7 blinds
There's
instead
some
of
people who
2.
do that. I mean, there's some people, like, I'll see them, like, they'll have their calling chips in their hands to my left, and then I'll raise. They'll just grab more chips. Like, they're just calling no matter what. I want to see a flop, damn it. And
that's their right.
Optimize has the best hands at the moment, but Aaron has the heart draw and the overs. Gonna call Optimize's $40 C bet.
He's got the backdoor
Terry
straight
with bottom
flush as
pair.
well. That's always fun. I see an
Eight
8.
of spades.
So now he has trips. So Aaron knows that Optimize is going to have a lot of 8s in this spot right here because he bet the flop multi-way.
Yeah,
I still think Aaron can't get away from this.
multi-way, somebody has it. But question is, does Aaron have enough equity? The answer is usually.
It's kind of a smaller bet. That's a please call me bet.
Yeah,
And
like you're
Aaron
pricing him in.
will oblige. Now, depending on what Terry does here, Terry may think, well, if I get a 2, I'm good, or if I get an ace, I'm good, which is neither is true.
Terry drawing completely dead.
that's
and
a good
is going
fold.
to fold.
I think it was just heads up he would have called.
I would agree with that.
A relative blank, so
Only thing that
Flush
gets
got
there
there,
is
but-
the backdoor spades.
it's tough to put in a pointer on that. So he's going to value bet this, and I think this is just going to be a bet fold,
Yep.
most likely. Oh, it's a good check.
Showdown. Trip 8s. Trip 8s.
That works too. Optimize going to take it down there.
Pot is awarded to
Turns out he didn't even need that 8, that second 8.
Yep.
I'll bet it for you next time.
Well, at least it killed Aaron's over. Like, it killed his jack.
Yeah.
The 9 would have been trouble for him. Like the 9 would make 2 pair for Optimize. And we continue on here at TCH Live. William Waddy, a.k.a. the New York Nitwit, you alongside Dante. Magic, not a believer in the 9 triz. Didn't he just
He is or
turn
he
up the
isn't?
9 triz? Not that he's
mixing up
ambivalent
his
about the
game.
9 triz.
1 raises to 35. 4 and 5 fold. 6 calls, 35. You hedge up. Six,
865 all spades.
1 bets. 25.
You're cute.
Tillman with a terrible double gut shot.
Out of you again, though, for a Red Bull down.
Nobody wants to see another spade show up.
Drink a Mick Ultra, I've heard good.
Terry's jack 3 going to get the job done.
Yes, sir.
Watch this price.
Yes.
Hey, even jack 3 can be a winner sometimes. Another reminder, the link pinned at the top of the chat. Click that and find out how you can win a seat on the Texas Card House Poker Cruise coming up late March 2023 out of Galveston. Complete details on the cruise at texascardhouse.com. And good luck if you enter.
All right. Quick scan to win. We have checks.
Also, over in Dallas all this week, we've got the end of summer $250,000 guarantee tournament. First starting flight was today. Day 1's all the way through Saturday.
You're going to play that this week.
$400 buy-in. I'm going to be up there
Yeah.
Saturday.
4 folds. 10 to play.
Folds all the way to the small blind. That is a rare sight. And we get some limping over to Magic, who's probably going to raise that queen jack, which is the best hands. And the straddle makes it $60. He has the best hands, and he has the position the rest of the hands. He gets both takers. To the flop we go.
I saw a 2 and a 4.
Jack 4 deuce is going to be top pair to keep Magic out ahead.
5 checks. 6 checks.
Only holding of any substance here.
7 bets 50. Yeah, it's mainly MBs.
$50 from Magic.
Was that universal for those stream tables?
Oh, we have a re-raise here from Andrew.
Andrew check raising with just the back doors.
Fold and 7 fold.
Very adventurous here. Tillman just getting out of there with his nothing. And top pair folded? What?
Why wouldn't they put them like right here?
What am I seeing here?
Like mine.
Wow, that's I mean, we've seen Magic do this in the beginning of the stream, giving his opponent a lot of credit there.
I don't think you can fold top pair
No,
there.
absolutely not. I mean, you don't
Especially
raise,
this
but
is essentially blind versus blind.
you're definitely calling. I mean, he could have had some funky two pair, but that's what he had to put him on.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
But I think it's one of those things where you're playing with your money, and it's tough to call off $300 or whatever. I can't remember what it was, but that's in that situation. That's just a call right there. It's easy to say it's not my money, but
yeah, easy to be a
I was
chat pro, right?
that was so surprising. How about that?
That was a very exploitable fold.
Yeah, and
Like if he's going to fold top pair,
he's
I'm
done
going
that
to raise
before.
his ass every time.
He's done that before. Remember
Yeah.
earlier in the stream?
Yeah, like
He
I'm
folded-
going to do that every time. You know, Jay Wynn, I don't think he's going to be folding. He has aces.
Wow,
are
he's
good.
been so quiet. This is exactly the hand that he's been so patient. So
Yeah, so Terry made it 35. Jay Wynn makes it 120 with a king queen suited just folds because Optimize knows that Jay Wynn's been super quiet. King queen suited just folds.
now I think I would have called king queen suited just to see a flop anyway.
Tillman folding the 9 triz.
Andrew's
I'm
going
not
to call
believer.
6-5 suited. I like that as well. We have a
Jason's calling.
couple of 6-5 suited.
Terry's going to call. I guarantee you Terry's going to call.
Well, the old adage, he's priced in, right?
Yeah. I would bet $5.
This is
that
not
Terry-
what Jay Wynn wanted. Jay Wynn wanted maybe one caller, two callers at the most. He's got 3.
Terry does call.
Well, yeah, he has to, right?
Yeah.
He's got some playability. He's connected somewhat.
He's suited.
He's suited. Well, they're almost all of them are suited.
Only one who's not suited is Jay Wynn. I'm calling the 4 if he's suited. 10,
So we
5,
have
4 is going to be.
top pair for 2 of our
What's
players here.
Well, it's going to be middle pair for 2 of
Oh,
our
I'm
guys.
sorry,
Our-
you're
our
right,
6
middle pair.
5s. Jason does have the back door. We got diamond draws for 2 players here. So Terry and
Yeah.
Jason both have diamond draws.
This
Jay
is
Wynn
not.
walking the nuts. Jay Wynn does have a gut shot to a straight that's no good.
And Jay Wynn knows this flop is going to help everybody else but him.
This is a board where I think Jay Wynn just has to buckle up against these players.
Straight flush draw for Jason.
Jason calls, Terry calls.
I think Jay Wynn folds this. It'd be tough, but it's not that much.
I got to
225.
continue against these guys. I'm getting odds. Like it's 225 into a pot that's going to be 1150.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking. It's not that much. I mean, he's got to ask himself if he improves, does he win? Right? If he gets an ace, does he win? If he gets a 3, does he win?
If he gets an ace, yes. If he gets a 3, probably. Not this time, but probably.
Is anybody playing 3-6 here? That would be the thing.
Well, if they have 3-6, they got a lot of junk, though.
Well, there's got a couple of 6-5s.
Like they're going to have a lot of things there, and he is going to just call, which I like that, and you're beating silliness. Andrew in there. He's got
three would be
second pair,
devastating.
no kicker. He's
3
got
of
a gut
diamonds.
shot.
3 of diamonds.
3 of diamonds would be the chaos card.
The river.
10 of spades is going to give Jay Wynn some pause probably because the top card has paired, which is about the
Yeah.
last thing you want to see. Because somebody's got top pair, they just made trips, and
Yeah, Jay Wynn's definitely just in bluff catching.
this
mode
is
at
the one
point.
time somebody doesn't have top pair. This is the one time Jason's going to give up. Terry's going to give up. Jay Wynn's going to check and just pray that Andrew checks and doesn't go for it here.
Believe it or not, Andrew does have strong showdown value with second pair. He's got 2 pair, right?
Yeah, he's got
I mean,
10s and 5s. With
Ace
a
king,
6.
ace queen, the diamonds missed, the clubs missed. I would just take this to showdown.
What's the rule in multi-way pots?
Yeah, just showdown now.
Someone
because
has it. He
someone's
checks.
going to have something.
So ace is up, going to be good for Jay Wynn.
2 is showing aces and 10.
He's gonna
2 pair.
he's gonna.
Very
pull in
surprised that his
pot.
ace
He's
is
gonna-
held there. He's like,
how do you
what?
not have a 10?
2 will take it down. Button lose.
This is like the only time in my life I've seen that somebody would not have the 10. The
And
way this
it,
hand
it
went.
almost looks like Jay Wynn look on his face was like he felt guilty.
How do you not have a 10?
That's a nice pot for him. That's what patience will do for you.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering who our favorite sports teams are in all of sports. Like I alluded to it earlier tonight, I'm a big Denver Bronco fan. I think that Russell Wilson's going to take his places this year.
Well, I'm a big Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Okay.
And Orlando Magic. Those are my
Is
two.
Jalen Hurts going to take you places this year?
I'm not a fan of Jalen Hurts, although I have his jersey.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see. I just don't see the arm. He's a great leader, great runner of the ball, but he has trouble with those.
I'm also a huge Met fan. It's been a pretty good year for
I was
us.
going to say, you're not a Giants fan?
No, I'm not a Giant fan. But yeah, over in baseball, the Mets are actually good this year, leading the division.
I don't even
And,
follow baseball.
They got the 2-game sweep with the Yankees last week. They just swept Miami. DeGrom's coming
When's
back
the last time
tomorrow.
the Yankees won? I mean, it's been a while.
Won a World Series, I think it was 09, otherwise known as the year A-Rod used.
Oh. I think that's the last time I watched baseball.
10 on 1.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, football season's coming up. I'm excited
yeah,
for
Hall of
that.
Fame game on Thursday.
I'm excited about that. I can't wait.
Jalen's thinking about strapping
As a lot of people know, I played soccer in college. But I played soccer and football in high school, and football was by far my favorite sport. I just was no good at it.
Yeah.
I just was really, really small. So
Huge series for my Mets this weekend. They got 5 games against Atlanta. That's the competition in the division.
I remember when the Braves were really good. Chipper Jones and.
Braves just won the World Series a couple of years ago.
Well, I stopped following like
Yeah.
in the.
But yeah, I
06,
remember
07.
when he was playing.
All right, this is where we get our hand.
Definitely a name I remember.
And pot is equal to 1.
Tom Glavine, who ended up finishing his career with the Mets, had pitched for them for a number of years.
Yeah, they had a great rotation
Greg
early
Maddux.
on. Yeah, Greg Maddux. And they had that controversial closer, was it John Rocker?
Yeah, John Rocker, who said some not so nice things about New York, so screw you, John Rocker. As a New Yorker.
I'm more political than Mr. Lai. I remember how the dust he was.
I'll have takes on people who talk crap about New York.
I remember for a lot of the jobs that I've had in my life, we'd always do retreats to always go to some baseball game. That was
Yeah.
part of it. Like when I was at Microsoft, we always went to baseball games. When I was at other companies, it was no football games though.
I was with one company like earlier in my time here in Texas where we did it was like a summer thing at the stadium over in Round Rock, and then there were tickets for the Round Rock Express that night. I think they were playing like Albuquerque or something.
I love the experience of going to a ballpark. That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, we have
We
a
got
hand.
jacks, we got 4s, we got a little pot, just a little pot. We got just a standard raise 3-bet from jacks, and now
4 is going to call 1.
Aaron
Can't
gonna
be
check
afraid
call.
of the paired queens, but you can't be afraid of the flush draws, though. You should bet.
Now there's 2 flush draws, and both of Aaron's 4s are accounted for.
Well, the flush got there.
Everything got there,
Yeah, flush the straight.
Checks.
which Magic is blocking.
And 7
Jacks with a
shows
heart
prepared.
and a spade.
Again, I felt
Bucks
like
all
that
the draws.
pot should have been slightly bigger. I don't know.
Pocket 4s. I think
Pocket
Aaron's
fours,
out of there
yeah,
pretty quick.
That's true.
I don't think Aaron was paying off more than one street. Heading down the stretch here, last 20 minutes or so, I see 139 likes. Can we squeak past 150? No, 144 likes actually. I think we can find 6 more likes before the show ends. What do you think?
I think it's
Yeah,
very
so-
doable. Did you make sure you hit the
I
like?
hit like.
I
I
hit mine
like.
as well. Let me double check.
4 holes, 5 holes, 6 holes.
Let's see. We got some folding. That's what we got. Magic opening up the 9-8 offsuit. Makes it 40. David with the ace-jack suited on the button just calls. Optimize, not a believer in the 9 triz as a defense for your straddle.
Yeah, I prefer a raise with ace-jack suited, especially on the button.
Yeah,
That's just such a strong.
especially with a guy who's playing like every other hand.
And that's his
Instead we-
flop, right? That's
And now
his
we have
flop.
king 8-5, and Magic's going to get a pair, and he got to do it for cheap. David going to call with his back doors, and is over.
One folded, and 7 calls the 1 5. Turn, heads up.
Heads up to the turn, which will put up another heart.
Okay, so that's going to create a lot of action here.
David's got some life here.
9 bet 2.
And I saw some of these cards go into the muck. I think Magic has check folded.
Feels like it.
Gave up mighty quick with that pair.
Magic is he's a winner tonight so far, but he's given his opponents a lot of credit for hands.
I'm finally thawing out.
Yeah, Magic might be a little bit too eager to fold pairs. As we just saw, like if he's going to fold pairs, like I'm going to blast him any chance I get.
Yeah, he's definitely leaving himself exploitable. Although I have seen a couple players get up and look at the stream, so
And you never know who might have
Yeah.
a buddy texting them, hey, Magic
Yeah.
is doing this. And
which is perfectly legit, right? The stream's
Yeah.
15 minutes behind, so there's no.
I'll be
no angle
disappointed if
there.
Aaron doesn't play this hand, just saying.
Fold, 6 folds.
Well, if it was heart variety, yes.
Yeah, but I mean like any variety, but if it were hearts, yeah. That would be a party foul to not.
10 folds. This hand one is out.
See if Aaron just wins with the 9 triz. Gets all the way to optimize.
3 folds.
Who limps his pocket 4s. To a flop we go heads up. Pocket 4s versus 9 triz. Who you got? 9 in the window!
I was going to say pocket 4s, but not now.
9 triz out flopping the pocket 4s. Never mind this misread on the graphics.
4, that's 20.
Do you think he would stick?
Aaron putting out what appears to be $20.
Yeah, optimize can't fold
There's
just
the
to one
call.
bet here.
This is king 9-8, and there's a 5, so no help for optimize. Now blind versus blind, you can't fold a pair to 1 bet. Aaron gonna go for another street with that second pair.
I think, obviously, I think optimize calls it. Oh, he does it. Nice
That
laydown.
ends it. Aaron is gonna grab the cards. I think no, he's not gonna show the cards.
I don't know how you feel, William, but the biggest, for me, the biggest tell in poker is the donk lead. Well, I mean, that's not what happened here, but it just reminded me of a situation earlier today
Yeah.
that the donk lead is just, they always have it.
Oh yeah, these guys practically exploded on the table like I lead.
And I was trying to tell, because it happened so frequently when I was out there. So if you,
Play. Action
it's called, he goes, "Were you calling me? You calling me a donkey?" I said, "No, you're donk leading."
Yeah. Yeah, so, no, actually, up at Choctaw last weekend, or 2 weekends ago now, there was a hand where I had aces cracked, and I put no money in post flop. So I opened, and both blinds defended, and the flop was like 10-8-7 or something, and small blinds like, I lead! And
Yeah,
then big
it's-
blinds is like, I raise! And one of them has 2 pair, the other one has a set.
It's. I mean, I am thankful for that.
Yeah, and like it's like okay, I got to because they just couldn't contain their excitement. I got to fold a hand that was no good.
Yeah,
And like you would have gotten a bet out of me.
and that's what I was trying to explain to somebody. Like I had twice, I had overpaired to the board, and almost the same situation. I had a big donk lead into me. And I'm like, well, I can't be good.
It's a play that I use very sparingly. And if it were a heads-up pot, I'd probably continue at least once.
I might do it more as a bluff.
Yeah, like I might continue at least once, but like against the bet and a raise, I know that any one pair hand is no good, not even aces. So,
Yeah, I saw, not by me, but I saw someone's aces get cracked from a very donk lead, and they just defended all the way.
you can bluff catch at least in a lot of spots. But hey, the rule of multi-way pots, somebody has it.
Yeah.
So that's what saved me there. So we got
Couple
the
of good
limp from
looking hands.
deuces, raised from ace-10 suited for David, and lots of calls. Tillman passing up the chance to squeeze his straddle with ace-queen.
He's done that a
Instead, he's
couple
going
of
to take it
times.
5 ways out of position.
He didn't even raise ace-king one time. I do see.
10-7-5, couple of
Yeah,
diamonds
hearts.
is going to be
Oh, is it diamonds?
good for a lot of people. So Tillman with top pair, David with a West top pair, Jay Wynn with a diamond draw, Aaron with a little pair of his own.
Seat open on
And don't
live
forget
stream.
Magic's.
Magic has fourth pair.
Effectively.
9 bets, 5, 2,
J1 with the flush draw is going to.
He's going to flat the 85
Yeah.
from David. Tillman folds. No, wait, Tillman doesn't have a pair. Sorry. There was a graphic glitch there.
Yeah, I was going to say, no,
Yeah.
he's never folding that.
Yeah.
Top pair.
Yeah.
So it's David with the top pair. I would like to see David bet this because he wants to charge the draws here.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to keep going here. You don't love that the 6 straightened it out a little bit. 9-8 did get there.
He's just hoping for a diamond right now. So,
Yeah.
so
And
on the
250.
bigger size of the bet range, like 70-80% here.
Wants to apply pressure. And hey, there's some players in this lineup who will fold top pair. And apparently David is one of them. Though in all fairness, like I said, 9-8 got there. And you don't want to see any red card on the river.
That's true. Yeah.
Like you're going to face a lot of pressure on the next street.
7 straddles 10, 8 straddles 20.
And yeah, that was 10-7-5. I remember seeing 10-7-5 on the camera, and then I think the graphic picked up an ace initially. Like I imagine that that was probably a burn card that got scanned, an ace, and then
the ace of hearts.
it corrected
that
itself.
showed.
That's what made me think people had an ace that didn't.
I was just saying that I was going to win a hand with 7-6.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
20 to play, action on
But you
9.
got to pretend like you did.
60.
Aspen in Orlando agrees with me about the Raiders finishing last in the AFC West this year.
Oh, I don't think they will.
Avs fan in Orlando. Okay, so maybe you have some ties to Denver. Maybe you like Denver sports.
I think it's going to take 1 year for Russell to get.
So who's finishing
Acclimated.
last?
Who's finishing last?
Yeah, who's finishing last if it's not the Raiders?
I don't think it's. Well, do you really want me to say? The Chargers.
Okay, I was gonna-
Until they prove it, they haven't made the playoffs last year. Yes, they got.
all
they got
they had
Khalil
to do
Mack.
was play for the tie, and they both get in. Not GTO.
I like that. I remember that.
I was at a
the
tournament
Raiders
with-
did it.
We're at Choctaw, like this was Choctaw, like we're all looking at they had the game on the projector, and we're all screaming, "What are you people doing?"
Hey, the Raiders. They have a rivalry. They're not going to help.
This is like in tournament lands we call this ICM suicide, because like there's always a chance like you screw up the snap or something, and you're out of the playoffs.
But I think the Chargers. Everybody's really high on the Chargers. I just think until I see how Mac fits in, just so I want to see it.
20.
Yeah.
I am a big believer in their quarterback, though. I think he's definitely a stud. But
2, 5.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think with Devontae Adams, though, I think Carr is just going to go
Yeah, he wasn't straight.
off.
we'll see.
Sorry, okay, so.
Didn't they go to college together?
C8
Fresno? I
straddles
think
10.
so.
Not sure.
I think they did. So they know each other really well. Anyway, enough about football, I guess. Unless you guys want to make this a football show.
Now we got 10 minutes, whatever. Talk about poker.
But I think the Bills go to the Super Bowl against the Bucks. That's my pick.
Okay, I could see the Bills getting to the Super Bowl.
Josh Allen got in a fight with one of his linemen the other day.
Did not know that.
He hit him. I was like,
Who hit who?
Josh hit him.
Okay.
Because he thought he got cheap shot in
Okay,
one-on-one
this-
drills or something. I
Okay,
don't
this
know.
is not a Geno Smith situation.
No,
thankfully.
he didn't owe money. He didn't owe him.
Geno Smith, the former Jet quarterback who got punched in the face by one of his teammates, supposedly stiffed out of money.
For $600.
and now he might be the starter in Seattle.
Does he have $600?
We'll
Well,
find
they
out.
cut the guy. They cut the guy, which they probably should have because he.
You punched the quarterback in the face.
Yeah.
Magic's got trip jacks. I don't think he's going to fold trip jacks. What do you think?
No. Well, I mean, he's folded lightly. He's folded before. He's not a fan of the jack, I can tell you that.
Yeah,
All
so,
seriousness, he's going to value bet this. And it's
Aaron
gonna,
makes it 75. Magic goes for the check raise. And I think Aaron's going to just nope right the hell out of there.
yeah, that's way too strong.
Aaron has nothing.
Yeah, and he just can't fold right away because that'll just be very exploitable in the future. So he's just going to take his time. Are there any bluffs in Magic?
Yeah, like, I'm not. Like, I tend to like if you got me, I tend to just fold. It's like okay, you got me. Sometimes you're gonna get me. That's like if you don't get me, sometimes I'm not bluffing enough.
I think the best advice, one of the, I've gotten a lot of good advice, is I used to act so fast. I don't know if you remember. Like my decisions were already made up before the bet even came out. Someone told me to count to 3.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. Just count to 3 before every decision.
Yeah.
What's our last hand?
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it.
And the other wild NFL headline the last few days was Kyler Murray apparently had the Jamarcus Russell clause in his contract.
They took it out.
Yeah. Then they took it out. I mean, there's so many questions I have about that. I mean,
why would you pay somebody that much money if they're not going to study?
yeah. First of all, if you don't have that faith, why are you offering him that kind of money? Which he hasn't won yet. Like that's the reason you don't offer him that much money.
He
because hasn't
fades
won
down
yet.
the stretch.
Like, yeah, they're not a second half team.
No,
like not even
yeah.
second half of the game. They're not a second half team.
And
And
Deshaun Watson only got 6-game suspension.
and then the other thing about that, I mean, if you're Kyler Murray, why are you signing that contract? Like, did you not know about if you didn't know about that clause, you need a new agent. We see spades for optimize, and we see a queen for David for a middle pair. Jason's got bottom pair.
Yeah, this is. I think this is when you talked about earlier. This is where aggression is going to win it for you. I mean, even optimize. Can he continue if he gets re-raised?
He
It's
gets
just
it through.
go through. Yeah. Did you see the Deshaun Watson news?
Yeah, 6 games, not nearly enough.
I was
Not
very
nearly
surprised by that.
Now, here's the thing. Precedent is not sacred. That's what they're going to claim. Well, this is what we did in the past. You can say we were wrong in the past. If Roger Goodell could just be man enough to say, I got it wrong, I want to get it right this time.
And how many games did Brady get for nothing?
Deflating, it was like.
And I'm not a
4
Brady
games.
fan by all means, but
Yeah,
I just
mean,
thought
I mean, like we saw what baseball did to Trevor Bauer. That's
2
the way to
years,
go.
yeah.
Like they hammered the guy.
at
and
least
he
a
deserved
year.
it.
A year
And he
would have been.
deserved it. And remember, Deshaun Watson got paid last year. Like it's just a disgusting situation, and shame on the NFL. That's as much as I'm going to editorialize about big social issues tonight. But I mean, shame on the NFL. I got to say that.
Big calls.
And we got a raise to 40, and Jason with the King Jack of Diamonds
Somebody's favorite hand.
is somebody's favorite hand. Somebody loves that hand.
We got 4 players.
And we're going to see if Jason loves that hand as we go 4 ways to the flop. I see a couple of diamonds, so some potential here.
But
David
he's got
with
an
your
8.
Baits.
He's going to have to bet this. The board is. No, he just. What do I know?
Check, check, check. Well, David wasn't the pre-flop raiser. He was probably hoping that one of these guys downstream bets, and that's what happens. Magic makes it $60.
Now you simply just have to call because check raise is so strong in this spot.
And if somebody has an 8, they're never, ever, ever going away. I see David putting in the
He
raise.
does raise, yeah.
Makes it 210.
I thought when Jason called, he had to raise in that spot.
That's a tiny raise.
It is.
Like you're
I think he's trying to build the pot.
he might as well just flip his card over and say, "Hey, Jason, I have an 8. What do you think?"
Was he multi? Yeah, multi-way. Someone's got the flush draw that's going to continue here.
Yeah,
Magic is just gonna
Magic.
fold
Now
this,
he's going to
yeah.
fold the force. This is when we fold the pair.
No, we don't fold.
7 pulls, and there's table captain.
See how Jason decides to continue here.
And Jason knows that he has 0 bluffs in this spot.
Fold is not one of the choices.
No, he could elect to raise. He did rebuy in for quite a bit there, so he's just going to call.
The good news for Jason is if he is up against somehow ace-high diamonds, his pair outs are live.
So he's probably going to check this over. And
3 of spades.
now David should go very polarizing, right? Like almost a pot-sized bet here. And that'll leave him. He's probably trying to think of.
Behind.
Yeah, I was thinking like now he's trying to get it. He's trying to figure out how he can jam on the river.
Yeah, I probably go about 500, and he
went-
goes slightly bigger. He goes 600. He goes the full pot option. And now Jason decides he does not have the odds to continue with the King Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, he might have called if there weren't 8s on there.
Button moves to 8.
And just a couple hands
Like
to
if
go
the Ace
here.
of Diamonds came.
Alright, so we're doing 2 more hands of the holdem. Is that right? And then we'll just do the
Yeah.
one after.
We got some comments. Hey, Calvin
Yeah,
Ridley gets a
Calvin
whole
Ridley,
year.
He'd,
Yeah,
he'd gotten suspended last year for betting on games.
$1,500. That's what he bet.
But you know what? I agree with that. In baseball, his ass would have been out for life. He would have gotten the Pete Rose
yeah.
treatment. Yeah, that doesn't
matter.
So, it's like if you're in the league, you cannot bet on the league at all. Period. Even if you're not playing. Yeah. So, like for game integrity purposes, I can get behind banning him for a year. I'm saying Watson should have got a hell of a lot more. But I mean, you do have to preserve the integrity of the game, and so you do have to hammer somebody for betting on the game as well. Yeah, like
It was rough because I saw that the Eagles were trading for Calvin Ridley.
oops.
Right before. But that's why I respect the Falcons because they said no to it right now because they knew this was going to happen. They could have
Yeah.
traded him.
Yeah.
Would have been dirty, but
Yeah. Funny, a few years ago, I was in a fantasy league with my brother, and he had just traded me one of his quarterbacks, and the other one was Deshaun Watson. And the next day, he tears his ACL in practice. Yeah.
we should get a fantasy football league here at TCH.
Hey, not too late. We got time. We got to put the league together.
I'll put you in charge.
And Tillman's tens have been outflapped by the ace of David.
It's always a yucky feeling, right? Your pocket tens, and you feel like you have to see bet now.
Always an ace. Hey, I can have the aces. And Tillman's going to fire again. David's going to call again. And 5 of hearts on the river.
There's the
David,
donk
ace
lead.
is up. It's going to go for $200. Tillman going to call.
Showing 2 pair. Ace
And Tillman going to see that he was behind.
button is on suit 9.
All right, so you're in charge.
So left hand.
Get 8 other players.
I can't. I'm not the guy to make lineups.
Oh,
I don't have.
I
those
don't
kind
want
of
to do it either. Although I don't. You're in charge.
Oh, hell no.
Kristen doesn't want to be in charge.
I can
David-
I can
Dante
make the
doesn't-
league an ESPN if you can get the players.
Is it Dylan's
You want to do the
Who's Dylan?
works in the cage?
Oh,
Yeah,
You want to hold him or bump off the top?
I'm open to that possibility if there's room as well.
yeah. So I'm going
Yeah.
straight home after this.
You guys
And
decide. I don't care. All right, we're doing a bump pot. We're doing a bump.
All right, hand number
right.
84. This is a bomb pot. I assume this is the last pot of the evening. See if we can get a good one to wrap things up here at TCH Live. Thanks for watching again. Be sure hit like, hit subscribe on your way out, and hop in that giveaway for the TCH Poker Cruise.
I think I'm going to go just to go myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if those dates work out for me.
I'll check my work schedule and then.
All right, flop number 1 is King, Queen, 9, couple of hearts.
I'm just a bum.
And Ace, King, Deuce. See what we got here. Jay wins.
So Jack 10 is the nuts, right?
No, it's not.
Jack 10.
Ace 10 is a gut shot. I see a top pair. I see a queen. I see King 9 for 2 pair.
He's got hearts.
King 9 deuce. So he's got two pairs. Andrew's got two pairs.
Magic's got the flush.
Scoopability there. Magic with the heart draw on the top.
It's the second nuts.
A lot of people folding these like middling one-way hands. Looks like we're 3 ways to the turns. 10 of diamonds on the top, 4 of diamonds on the bottom.
So ace jacks
So-
now is the nuts.
Yeah,
which I don't
king
see.
9. So king 9 for Andrew on the top, king 4 for Andrew on the bottom. He also has a deuce for some more boat outs.
We have a
Magic
straight
has
for
a
Magic.
straight
Yeah.
on the top,
With a flush draw.
and Jason with a gut shot on the bottom, and a 7 is on the top, not the bottom. 3 diamonds on the bottom, and nobody has diamonds, but this is probably going to be a huge action killer here. I believe the Queen Jack straight is going to be good on the top, and the bottom is going to be the kings and deuces for Andrew, the emergency 2 pair, or kings and 4s rather. Sorry to shortchange you there, Andrew. And they're going to chop it up, and that's going to be our final.
Let me
Hands
toss
at the
up
evening. Let's
the
get these,
earnings
uh,
really quick.
Get these winnings up there. So we see Magic,
Wow.
Aaron, David, the huge winners tonight. Optimizing Jwin having some decent nights, even if Jwin didn't have a lot of hands to play with here. Flip over to the V-Pips. We love to see those. Jwin just under the Lottie line, 14% V-Pip.
We'll
We
have to
see
give him some feedback on that.
Magic, pretty active. David, pretty active. Other players are a little less active. And show you
I played his
Arthur's stats real quick.
He was kind of slow.
You can feel free to hit pause when you watch this back if you want to see these. Here,
Yeah, 80
I give you all the
Unlimited.
stats.
Oh, I'm not playing it.
No, I know you weren't.
Yeah, raffle all month for that poker cruise. Be sure to check that out. One winner at the end of the month on that. And if you're up in Dallas, be sure and check us out at the tournament. And Dallas stream tomorrow night. For now, William Lottie, the New York Knit, alongside David and Kristen, wishing you a great night. Thanks for watching.
Have a good night.